board meeting. Can we please stand for the flag salute? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will have a roll call. Jerry Bibles Logo.
Here.
Gabriela Arianes.
Present.
Adrian Greer.
Here.
I'm Yolanda Peña. I'm here. And Shirlene Cruz Gonzalez, our board president. Her flight has been delayed and she will be here approximately at 7:45 this evening. We're on item C, approval of the agenda with two amendments. One on the personnel report and the other one is on our policy AR 5142. It was included, but it was not listed on the agenda. Do I have a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Adrian Greer, second by Gabriela Arianes. Can we please place our vote? Motion passes 4-0. We're on item 5.0, recognition and awards, the best time and highlights awards and presentations. We're on item 5.1, spotlight on Magnolia Elementary School. With the principal, Marcela Francisco.
Good evening, board members, district administrators, and Azusa community. Welcome to Magnolia School, home of the Wild Mustangs. My name is Zoe Valencia, and I am Student Council President. I would like to present you to the other Student Council members.
Hello, my name is Marissa Chundia. I am Student Council Vice President.
Hi, my name is Allison Fejo, and I am Student Council Secretary. I would like to introduce you to our Principal, Marcela Fonseca.
Good evening, everyone. Like Ali said, my name is Marcela Fonseca, and I'm the proud principal here at Magnolia Elementary School. We are so pleased to host tonight's board meeting and have the opportunity to highlight some of the wonderful things going on here at Magnolia. Tonight, I am privileged to be here with these Wild Mustangs who work hard at being student leaders and ensuring everyone at Magnolia stays wild. You are all in for a special treat tonight. We are going to give you a sneak peek of our PBIS video. No one has seen it yet, not even these kids. And we are excited to share it with you. I am happy to introduce to you the co-hosts of our video, Hannah Andrade and Alonzo Perez.
Every year, all the Wild Mustangs come together to produce a PBIS video to remind the students how to stay wild. One of our teachers, Miss Rising, writes, films, and edits the video. We show the video in January when the students return from winter break, so they can be reminded about having a positive behavior at school.
Everyone knows what it means to be wild. W means to make wise choices. I means to inspire others. L means to lead by doing, and D means to develop solutions. This year we hosted the Wild Playoffs, which was between staff and students to compete for being the most wild. So let's begin the video and see what happens. We hope you enjoy it.
And welcome to the Wild Playoffs!
And we're here at Magnolia. Teachers versus
Students, take it away, Hannah and Alonso.
Hello, welcome to the Mustang News. I am your host, Hannah Andrade, and I'm with Alonso Perez. Today we're going to be talking about the Wild Playoffs. Why don't you introduce us to the rules? So over here at the Wild Playoffs, you have to be wild to win. So we're going to explain. So W is wise choices. I is inspiring others. L is leading by doing. And D is to develop solutions. And the thing is, instead of doing students versus students, it's teachers versus students. Let's see who wins. To win, you have to follow the wild rules.
And now round one.
So for round one, we have the students in the computer lab and the teachers in the library. Let's see how that goes.
Thank you, Hannah and Alonso. Round one. Okay, Callie, let's talk about the rules that we should remember.
Okay, what do you think they should be doing for wise choices?
They should stay on task.
Oh, that's a good one. What about inspire others?
The students and teachers should always remember to keep their spaces clean and organized.
That's very important. What about lead by doing?
Always be respectful toward one another.
And develop solutions?
Remember to keep you on your own tasks. Do not let others distract you. Here we are in the computer lab. Look at the wonderful students reading their books.
I like how they're not being distracted by others. Ooh, she's taking a reading counts quiz.
I wonder what she's gonna get.
Oh, I like how quietly she walked. Can you believe that? That was awesome.
And look at the way they're coming in from the outside into the computer lab, nice and straight.
Oh no, what are the teachers doing? Oh my goodness, do you see Mrs. Bowie? She is hitting Mrs. Gotling.
They're not behaving like the students are.
Oh, they're treating the books so poorly.
Mrs. Bowie's walking around with books in her hand. She should be sitting down reading
Do
quietly.
you see that yelling and screaming? Oh no, what is Dr. Martin doing? Her shelf marker.
Oh no, she put the book in the wrong way. Naughty Mrs. Martin.
Oh no, wait, come back. You didn't check out that book.
Oh, come back here. Sit down. And that was the end of round one. Let's see the results.
I bet you I know who won.
Oh, I bet you it's the students. Yay!
Oh yeah, go students.
One.
Teachers, you can still get it. Let's see, round two. Okay, let's hope the teachers do better this time.
For round two, we have the teachers and the students in the cafeteria. Let's see how that goes.
Thank you, Hannah and Alonso.
And here are the rules for round two.
Remember to make wise choices.
What do you think they should do? I think they should walk and sit correctly.
Ooh, inspire others.
They need to keep that space clean. You always got to do that.
Always lead by doing.
Oh, being respectful is incredibly important.
And remember, it's important to develop solutions.
You must stay focused.
Look at the Magnolia Mustang students walking in a nice straight line.
I like how they're staying focused about where they're going. Oh my goodness. look
What
at
a
that.
scene! They're all sitting so quietly and focused and attentive.
I love that crisscross applesauce. Oh no, what's happening in the
what
front?
happened in the front?
Oh, don't lose it.
They were so perfect.
Oh, awesome. They got back
Yay.
together. Woo. Oh, teachers. Oh, did you just see her? She just pushed with Dr. Martin. Oh, wait. Are we throwing food
Oh,
now?
Mrs. Gotling throwing food at somebody else?
Oh my goodness. These are not the rules in the cafeteria. They need to be keeping it clean.
And tidy.
They are not being respectful of each other or Mr. Oscar. This is not okay.
And not okay at all.
Okay.
I wonder what the results are. I bet
Oh.
we can figure it out.
I bet it's gonna be the students. Oh, those teachers.
0.
Round three. Let's see what happens.
Round three. It is the water in the bathroom. Let's see how that's going.
Thank you, Alonso.
And ready for the rules for round three. I wonder what we're gonna do for making wise choices.
We're going to use our quiet voice.
Oh, that's so important. Other students are still learning. Oh, you gotta be quiet. What about inspire others?
Remember to keep things clean and organized.
Oh, that's so important. The bathroom, oh, you gotta keep it clean. Mr. Oscar is not there to clean up after you because you cannot throw away a tissue. Yeah, lead by doing.
We take turns, we wait in line, and remember to wait to take our turn when we're drinking water from the water fountain.
That's important because people can get really hurt. Their mouth's so close to all that metal. What do you think about developing solutions?
We need to learn to be patient and wait. Wow, I really like the way the students are waiting in line patiently for their turn to drink water.
Yeah, I like that lead by doing. They're taking turns. I like how far back they're standing and giving their friends room and being patient.
And quiet so as not to disturb other
Oh,
classrooms.
that's so awesome. Oh no, what is the principal doing? Oh,
Squirting water on the other teachers is a big no-no.
wait, what is Dr. Martin doing? She's making so much noise.
And
The classrooms can't learn.
And distracting other classrooms.
That's like results for round 3. Do you know who it's going to be, Eric?
I'm wondering if it could be students.
Oh, you're right. Those
Students,
teachers.
3. Oh, boo, teacher 0.
And now it's halftime. Before we talk to the coaches, we're gonna see some fans.
The fans and the students seem excited.
Oh, they are just so loud and cheering.
And here we have the students coach.
And they sit the right way.
Paying attention?
Yes.
They keep their hands to themselves?
Yes, and they're awesome.
More cheering fans. Yay, look at that. They're so excited.
They're ready to go.
What do you
Okay.
think about the computer lab?
Best student I ever have.
Do you think they were on a appropriate website?
Yes.
Do you think they were walking?
Yes, and quiet.
Were they quiet?
Yup.
And now to the teachers fans.
And let's tune in to the teacher's coach and see what she has to say.
How does it feel to be the teacher's coach?
Good. They can be good.
Do you still like being the teacher's coach after they lost?
Yes!
Are you sure?
Yes!
Now, what about, how do you think of them getting in a food fight?
No!
No?
No! No!
What about when they didn't pick up their trash?
No!
No.
No, they didn't pick up their trash!
Yeah, they have to do that.
But they can do it next time.
So what do you think? Who's going to win? Well, stay tuned. We'll find out in January. We would like to close out our presentation tonight by inviting all of our student council members and PBIS stars up to the stage to perform our wild chant for you. So come on up carefully, kids, to the stage. Every Thursday, everyone, we hold our wild time. And this is a special time when our school comes together out on the courtyard and we do our flag salute, we sing a patriotic song, we have our wild raffles, and students end the time with our wild chant, which was actually written for us by our resource teacher's husband, Mr. Chung. So we're gonna need your help. If you recognize the beat, you can join along because it takes a community for all of us to be wild. Are you ready, kids? Okay, start the beat. Our spotlight presentation and learning a little bit about Magnolia School and our amazing kids. I'm going to invite our kindergarten star, Ariana, to come on up and share the final words.
Thank you for coming. Stay wild.
Oh, great. Okay,
Okay, but we need to bring everybody forward here because all of you guys get a certificate from us for doing such an awesome job. So we have a certificate for Magnolia Elementary School. And it says the Azusa Unified School District Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Magnolia Elementary School for promoting student achievement through rigorous instruction and community engagement. And it's signed by Superintendent Linda Kaminsky and our board president, Shiloene Gonzalez. So, thank you so much for your presentation. That was awesome. You guys get in front of me and I'll get behind you. Needs to hide. Uh-oh. You're gonna go, there we go. All right.
Great job, students. We're now on item 5.2, recognition of student representative, school board representative.
Not yet? Oh, okay. This is for Vanity. Oh, okay. Well, it's basically a certificate of recognition proudly presented to Vanity Marquez for her outstanding service as a 2019-2020 student representative on the Azusa Unified School District Board of Education. Oh, there we go. And it's signed by Superintendent Linda Kaminsky and by Board President Shiloene Cruz Gonzalez. And that's for you.
You have something to say? How was it you being on the board?
Yes, I do. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity these past several months. I really enjoyed my time. I have a few highlights to share with you. During my time, I have met many of you that have been very kind and supportive and really care about my opinion as a student. I have learned a lot about the way the district operates and how the budget is used to improve the education of its students. Most likely, this experience has really increased my confidence and made me more comfortable in front of the public and speaking out. Thank you all for this amazing time, and it has been a great experience I'll never forget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We really appreciate you being here, and also your input is very important to us. This is why we have a student board member on this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 5.3, the introduction of student board member. Is there a new student board member here? Okay, come on. Come on. You can sit at the end so you can see what she does. So what high school do you go to, and what is your name?
I go to Azusa High School. My name is Bridget Muniz. Yeah.
Ali's daughter.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. You're grown up. Very good. Welcome. Okay, now we're moving on to item 5.4, recognition of Mariachi de Azusa 2019 Golden Days Parade Youth Float second place winners.
If I may, first and foremost, I'd like to show this off. This is our trophy for the Youth Float second place. I'd like to call up Luz Fernandez to the front. Our mariachi program, we cannot do it without our parents and the work, those fields, I'm so sorry. The work that they put in, it's critical. it is critical, and this year specifically, there has been a lot of gelling in terms of trying to organize around social media, being more transparent with our communication, input, giving ideas on uniforms, and also in terms of trying to look at fundraising. And this year when we participated in the Azusa Golden Days Parade, there's a reason we received second place, is because Luz did an amazing job of decorating that and making it look awesome. And so we are very appreciative. Myra Rico is sitting right next to her, who is also one of our awesome parents who helps out with the mariachi program. So we are super indebted to the time and dedication that you give to our programs and to our students. And so this is well deserved.
Now I am. And Azusa Unified School District Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Luz Fields for winning second place in the 2019 Golden Days Parade Youth Float category, signed by Superintendent Dr. Linda Kaminsky and our board president, Sheiloreen Cruz Gonzalez, and my neighbor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5.5, recognition of Azusa High School Marching Band for their sweepstakes win at Wildwood Park Band Competition.
So good evening, board, Superintendent Kaminsky, and everybody else up here. So I just want to give a big shout out to our Aztec band and Color Guard Regiment. Super excited that this was the first year in many years that they won sweepstakes. So I've been to a lot of band competitions and knew that they placed first, second, third. This is the first year that our Aztec regiment actually won the entire tournament. And they won sweepstakes, so very excited about that. Also, they were invited to Division 2A championships, where the top 12 schools in our division competed. They placed 5th, and we're going to continue to improve. So I want to tell everybody up here, thank you, congratulations. But I also want to thank our teacher who's sick tonight, but the parents that are up here. For all the parents and all the teachers that are here, let's give a round of applause to our parents that are here every night, putting all the props together and making sure that the band at Gladstone and Azusa, the parents are the ones that make it happen. So once again, a big round of applause to our Aztec Scholar Band and Color Guard Regiment.
The Azusa Unified School District and the board would like to recognize the Azusa High School Marching Band for your outstanding winning sweepstakes in the Baldwin Park Division 2A. You know, it's always a pleasure to hear that one of our schools in another district in competition that we place and that we are representing our district. So I just want to congratulate you on behalf of the board. We all congratulate you and good job. So give them a round of applause.
Thank you. We are now on item 5.6.
I'm sorry, Yolanda.
Recognition.
Yolanda, just 1 second.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Would you like to introduce yourself and what position do you hold?
My name is Benny Perez, and I'm one of the drum majors at Azusa High School.
Right.
What is your role? What do you do?
So basically, I don't want to say we're in charge of the band, but we take more charge, more so than our leadership team. And we need to make sure that the band can stay functional. We need to keep things running. We need to be properly making sure that we're going to rehearsal, whether it's in the hot sun or in the cold moonlight. It's really just trying to stay uniform as a band, because the only way that we can succeed is to stay together. And I know he's not here, but we really wouldn't be able to do this without our band director, so I just want to give my thanks to him. And also with the people here, because you can't get anywhere without the band. You can't go to a competition by yourself and win. Yeah, we just make a great team.
What grade are you in?
This year I'm a senior, so I'm going to be graduating now.
What a way to end your year.
I'm glad to say that I've gone to Azusa High School in the band, and in my 4 years I've medaled, which we haven't done in 7 years. We've also gotten sweepstakes, which we haven't done in a long time, and we've basically just achieved a lot. I'm glad I can go out and graduate seeing that, and especially graduating with these people that I've grown up to know and I can call my family.
Well, thank you so much, Benny. Congratulations.
Okay, we are now on item 5.6, recognition of Azusa High School volleyball for their achievement as co-league champions.
So once again, another big accomplishment this year. For this one, I am gonna pass it off to the coach, who's been a long time Aztec, and I know he's right across the street, so he gets to keep our students in check and make sure they're doing the right thing all the time. So let's give a round of applause to Mr. Bazuris.
So I've been coaching back at Azusa for about 10 years. I've been coaching total for about 22, and I teach at Foothill. So a lot of my girls I know because they went to Foothill and they ended up coming over to Azusa and playing volleyball for me. This is the first time we've been league champion or co-champion in about 15 years. So it was a nice win for us this year. We had a really strong season. We did really well. We went to Carpinteria, which is in Santa Barbara, and we stayed the weekend and played a tournament there, which was nice because there are teams there that we would see in CIF that we would not see during the regular season. And that's one of the reasons why I make sure we go to that tournament every year, because we see all the teams from the Santa Barbara area, which we would never see. It gives them a little taste of what the competition is going to look like when we go to CIF. Again, this year, we were the only team from our league that made it to the second round in CIF. And we almost got it. We lost in 4 to the Webb schools, but we almost got to the quarterfinals. So I was very proud of the girls. We were really successful this year. Most of these girls have been on varsity for 3 years. I have a lot of seniors. I have 10 seniors this year who are graduating. So starting all over again next year. But with this group of girls that I have, one of our girls led Division 7 in kills, was 320. Division 7 is about 64 to 70 teams, and out of that, she's the one that led the whole division. Our setter also led the division in assists, which means assists to her hitters, with 599. And then she also was third in aces in the whole of Division 7. And then we had 3 girls that were in the top 10 in hitting percentage in Division 7. So I was very proud of them. We have some all-league stuff coming up. I have 3 girls that actually have set multiple school records, but I can't say anything yet because our banquet is this Saturday, and I don't want to give it away. So they're all kind of like, we want to know, but I'm not going to tell them. But we do have multiple girls that actually set school records that I think are going to stand for a while because they're huge accomplishments, and they'll find out on Saturday what that's all about. So I'm very proud of the girls, very proud of what they've done as a team. So.
Yeah.
The board and Azusa Unified School District want to recognize you guys for achieving this co-league champion for your volleyball league this 2019, and we want to congratulate you guys and you seniors that I have known for a while and have seen you guys play at a lower level, either at Azusa City Parks and Recs or at Foothill Middle School or at Slauson. I think most of you guys are from Foothill, I can see. You guys have a great coach here, one that I've known for over, over 30 years, and so I know he's committed. He's committed to every sport that he coaches, and so you guys have a great coach, great players, great team. You guys deserve this and much more. Here you go.
Okay, now we're moving on to item 5.7, recognition of Gladstone High School band for a second place win at Baldwin Park band competition.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to showcase some of our great young people, our great talent at Gladstone. It's one of the joys of being a high school principal is getting to hear music early in the morning and late at night, hearing some Christmas music about 5:30, getting in the car. This band doing great things, and hats off to Azusa's band. They sounded really awesome during that game on that Friday night when we won, but you know, that band sounds really, really nice. But Gladstone band, it is a joy to walk into the classroom and listen to you play and watching your teacher work with you. Mr. Lamone does a really good job training you to be great musicians into the future. I know that's one of our career pathways is training professional musicians, and he truly is training you to be professional. I wish he was here to get the recognition with you because he does great work. You all do great work. You make us proud. Keep it up.
Well, I'm band president.
You're band president. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great.
Awesome. Please share a few words.
Well, I'm band president, so pretty much I'm in charge of managing things around the band. I manage like, the parties, the events that goes on. That's pretty much my whole job.
Awesome. That's great. Well, actually, I do know him very well. So that's why we're just joking right now. But I just want to tell you guys that Suze Unified School District and the board want to go ahead and recognize you guys for winning second place at the Bolton Park competition. And I just want to tell you guys that we're just so proud of both of our high schools being able to, but I do have to say I am from Gladstone.
Yeah.
So there's a little, go ahead and congratulations. Let's come up and take a picture. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item 5.8, recognition of Gladstone High School volleyball team for the achievement and co-league champions.
Hello, my name is Frank Loera. I've been coaching at Gladstone High School since 2008. Actually, it's 2006 when my oldest daughter suckered me into coaching softball. Then in 2008, she suckered me into volleyball. And I'd been the Washsoft coach up until 2017, and I took over the JV team. And then this year, surprisingly, I had to step in and fill in some very big shoes with the retirement of Mr. Jeff Devine. It caught us all by surprise. And with this team, it was really special because 4 years ago, they were my Frosh team. And they went undefeated as Frosh, and they went undefeated as JV. And they did very well as varsity, and they did well this year. And I'm very proud of their achievements. All but two of my squad they're all seniors, so we're literally starting over, and losing these particular girls is going to be really hard because I'm so used to having them there, relying on them to teach the younger girls. So it's going to be difficult the next season, and I will miss them greatly. I want to thank them for 4 really great years of memories.
Yeah, great job, Gladiators. We are so very proud of you, and I have here Zeus Unified School District Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Gladstone High School volleyball team for achieving co-league champions for the 2019 season. Congratulations.
Moving on to item 5.9, recognition of Gladstone High School football team win.
Good evening to the board. My name is Ted Clark. I'm a teacher and I'm the head football coach at Gladstone High School. Even though I've only been in this district for 4 years as my position, my wife was born and raised here. 29 years at Azusa High School, ironically enough. And I know the tradition and I know how important this game was. I remember standing on the sideline one night and I had a red jacket on the Azusa sideline, and Sandy Gehring almost had a heart attack. And at the time, I thought to myself, how silly this is. And after we won that Friday night, there was grown people crying. I mean, it was like, you know, that we'd ended a drought or something of that. But I would like to say that these young men that are behind me, they're not only athletes, and by that is a monumental task they accomplished. This last season, we had an overall GPA of 3.44. This last year, we had a GPA of 2.87. I don't think over the last two, and I'm going to look at Chuck Shore, I don't think we've lost a kid to eligibility over the past 2 years. And correct me, please, if I'm wrong. We have not. So, you know, the young men are doing the things that they're supposed to do, not only as athletes, but also as students. So I'm very, very proud of what they've done and what they've accomplished. I'd like to acknowledge my principal, gives us great support constantly in his area. I'd like to acknowledge Chuck Shore, who for the past 20 years has been the athletic director at Gladstone High School and done a great job. And I think one of the most critical elements for us that has really helped us grow as a team is the fact that our coaches are all homegrown. I believe that all of the young men back there in the back there, my coaches, are all Gladstone graduates. So there's a great love for the community, great love for the school. Thank you.
So I'll just say, like Gabriella, I also am a Gladstone graduate, and I was present for the game, and I got to tell you, it was absolutely thrilling and exciting. I mean, it was incredible. So, back in my day, there was a streak for some time on the Gladiator side, and the Aztecs have had that streak for quite some time. And so it's just exciting to see the competition and just to see just everybody pouring their hearts and soul into the game. And it's just exciting times to see, you know, the back and forth. So to keep the dynasty going, I guess we'll check out and see what the 2020 season has to hold.
Then hold on one second. I think it's only appropriate that we bring up those Gladstone grad coaches. Come on up here and accept this.
Oh, so it says, that's right, Azusa Unified School District Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Gladstone High School football team for their first crosstown rivals win in 12 years. Congratulations. That's right, I was there.
Okay, we are moving on to item 510, recognition of Covina Sunrise Rotaries for their donations to provide anti-bullying assemblies for all our elementary students.
All right, if I can please call up to the podium, Brenda Fernandez-Lango, Pam Pomeroy, and John Pomeroy. These amazing folks belong to the Covina Sunrise Rotary, a service club that we have a long-lasting relationship with. that has spanned over many years. This is the Rotary Club that is responsible, or has been responsible, for Operation Santa Claus, which is such a powerful program that I don't want to take the words out of your mouth, John, that was way more than just about clothing students, but about building self-esteem. I got to participate on multiple occasions to see the power and the transformation on our students. For reasons that John may or may not want to dive into, but we had a little hiccup. And what I really appreciate is the want and desire to still do something. And we put our heads together, and I am so proud to announce that on the board agenda today is a contract in the amount of $7,550 that is made possible because of the generous donation of these folks. That's going to provide an anti-bullying, self-esteem, character building assembly to every single elementary student in our district, and we're extremely thankful for that.
I'm only going to do about a half hour. Real brief, Operation Santa Claus is a self-esteem program. Started about 25 years ago. We basically work with elementary school kids. School districts bust them in to the local Kmart, and they got to go out on the floor with a volunteer. We were at the Covina Kmart for 20 years, and it closed. And we went over to the West Covina Kmart for 4 years. And now that's closing. It'll be done January 5th. We kind of sensed after Sears Kmart declared bankruptcy that they weren't going to make it, and they're not. And during that period of time, to work with Azusa, our favorite district, Covina Valley, Glendora, and Charter Oak, we clothed over 35,000 kids, and probably 12 or 13,000 of them were from Azusa. I'm winding down. But we figured that was kind of like a Super Bowl. It was a once-a-year event when we had 24 buses coming in, and we were doing 100 kids a day for 4 weeks. We're not going to do the Super Bowl anymore, and we're not going to look for another Kmart because there's no way we could duplicate that. But we're going to do the Olympics. And the Olympics have a lot of different venues. You might think of just the basketball or the track and field, but they got badminton and judo and karate and ping pong. And so we're going to be able to go to a lot of different venues because we had to put 90% of our budget in the Kmart. So we're going a lot of different directions. We'll continue to do our scholarships at Azusa and Gladstone. We are this year kind of jumping in to stay with the self-esteem program. We wanted to do the anti-bullying. We've even forayed a little into some of the middle schools, Charter Oak and Covina Valley. Food for thought. They wanted a hygiene closet, and 2 of them have got on board with that, so you can steer me that direction. But anyway, we'll be able to touch a little more with high school, with the middle school, and any of the needs. So we're going to do the Olympics now, and I'm done.
And so we want to say thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication, for your care, your service, and really your love to the young people here in this community, and to just the many years that you poured in here, and your continued faithfulness and commitment to continue to do so. We're grateful for you. And so Azusa Unified School District Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Operation Santa Claus for generously funding anti-bullying assemblies for all elementary students. I have to say, I'm really digging your shoes, by the way. They're pretty awesome. Oh, there you go.
My dress on.
Oh, wait a minute. You should do this.
Yeah, I should do that. I cleared the room for you.
Congratulations to all the students, parents, staff, and administration. We're also proud of you and congratulations on receiving all the awards today. It was really beautiful. I'm going to turn over the meeting now to our board president, Chilolin Cruz Gonzalez.
All right, thank you, Yolanda. And I apologize for being late. I had a meeting in Oakland and I wasn't able to get my flight, so I had to take a little later flight. So we'll move on now to item 6.1. This is public comment on agenda or non-agenda items. We have several cards. So we'll go through the cards, and if anybody else wishes to speak, they can just either submit a card or get in line after the last card. So first we have Ron Tressel speaking on item 6.1. And then just to line you up, next will be Lorena Olage talking about PC 11164.
Good evening, board members, assistant superintendents, and Dr. Kaminsky. My name is Ron Tressel, and I'm a teacher at Gladstone High School. I have come here tonight to talk about how we can be more fiscally responsible and provide suggestions on how to keep our reserves from decreasing. The suggestions include the leasing of our school properties, school reorganization, cutting unnecessary programs, early retirement incentives, and signing the petition for schools and communities first. We cannot control what we have done in the past. We can only control what lies ahead in our future. A year ago, we closed 3 schools. Those schools have yet to be leased. They need to be leased because if we sell the properties, we will handcuff ourselves on how the district can use the money. Every day that goes by and we have not leased the properties is another day that goes without putting money back into our district. I understand that it is difficult to lease a property, having been involved in the selling of my dad's business, but it needs to happen. Now, we are all aware of our decreasing enrollment. In 2015-2016, we had 8,900 students. We currently have 7,560 students enrolled. If we project this out another 3 years, our enrollment will drop to 6,744 students. We need to start consolidating. One suggestion is to have all of the 6th grade students go back to the elementary school. We can then take our middle school students and place them on the high school campus. This would cause us to split our campuses, but it would allow teachers to keep their credentials and still allow students to go from classroom to classroom. It would also act as a way to keep our students from attending another high school outside of the district because they will already have been exposed to the high school campus. Next, the district needs to cut unnecessary programs that are coming out of the general budget, even if they were created by those that are still here. If students are not drawn to these programs and they are not meeting the necessary enrollment, we need to consider eliminating those programs. We need to have classes that are rigorous and challenge our students to become better academic achievers and better individuals. We also need to keep those programs in place that are meeting the enrollment requirements and not eliminate them as we have done in the past to put in place programs that are not successful. The next thing we need to consider is early retirement incentives. We will need to see how many teachers there are who may be able to retire early and provide them with information as soon as we can. If this is possible, we need to be fiscally responsible when it comes to hiring of new teachers. For our community, we need to beware of the petition of schools and communities first. This will close the loopholes in the law that I'm almost there. This will close the loopholes in the law that big corporations and wealthy investors have used to avoid paying property taxes. If put on the ballot and then passed by the voters, this will provide $12 billion per year to the state of California. At least half that will go to public schools. So I encourage all of you to sign this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lorena Olage, followed by Jorge Rosales. And he'll be speaking on it. And please remember to keep to the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm a former parent and alumni of Azusa. I'm in support of the revision of policy child abuse and neglect, PC 1164. This revision will actually hold staff accountable for not notifying parents of interviews that are of such serious nature. When appropriate, this will also provide the parent the opportunity to provide emotional support in the event the minor was the victim. Statistics show that child abuse are linked to self-destructive behavior in addition to self-injury behavior. They are also 2 to 3 times more likely to attempt self-injury behaviors according to the University of Manchester. This is why it is so important that parents are notified. It is also important that a minor be provided with mental health services. This will help our parents feel acknowledged, which will also provide a more positive connection with our district. It would also prove that our district is not what it's known to be. We might get more parents coming to our district. These are crises that need to be addressed in a more positive and have more empathy towards the parents.
Thank you. Next, we have Jorge Rosales speaking on item 13.10 and the sale of Rosedale bonds, and that will be followed by Susan Reese.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jorge Rosales, and I haven't attended a meeting for, I'm going to say about 6 months, but I see some things don't change with the district that likes long agendas. So, having said that, last week I received this brochure on Measure K, and pretty much all I see is fencing. But anyway, the one thing that caught my eye was the Sierra High parking that is being proposed at Gladstone Elementary School. You know, if memory serves me correctly, that wasn't a project that was contemplated when Measure K was approved by the voters. I mean, this project only came about because of the closure of the 2 or the 3 elementary schools and the transfer of Sierra High School from Barranca to Gladstone Street. I mean, we're talking about $1.3 million basically that was not contemplated with Measure K money. It's not the first project that was not contemplated and all of a sudden it gets implemented. So I just feel that that's really outrageous, that money that, you know, that the district saving money by closing the schools is what I was mentioning a few minutes ago. And there was going to be a savings of about $1 million to $1.5 million, and that some of that money was going to be utilized to relocate students from one school to the other and to do any improvements. And then all of a sudden, $1.3 million. And that's item 13.10 on the agenda tonight. Before my time expires, I attended the city council meeting last night. The city's going to be selling about $20 million in bonds. Of that, the district, from what I understand, is getting about $7 million. That's for not building a school at Rosedale. The district has spent over $3 million in legal fees by suing the city and the developer. Now they're going to get $7 million, of which $3.5 million has already been spent. The district could have gotten anywhere between $14 and $20 million offered by the developer a few years ago.
That's time.
But that's not good enough for the district.
Thank you, your time's up.
I'll close by saying, greed in the end fails even the greedy.
Thank you. Next we have Susan Reese.
followed by Meg Savella.
Good evening. I've attended an awful lot of budget sessions at an awful lot of school board meetings over around 20 years. And I know that there need to be cuts. This is the first time I've been moved to actually speak about it. I'd like to mention what was recently done to save money, and Jorge brought it up, and Ron talked about it as well. Recently, AUSD closed 3 schools. The March 19th meeting was where it was announced which schools, and then we did an awful lot of work between then and the last day of school, actually 3 days after that, to pack up our classrooms. Gladstone Street was my home since 1987. And I was lucky to get help from a couple of friends with the packing. And we were paid for 2 extra days on the end where we packed, and 2 extra days unpacking and setting up at our new school, and I'm happy to be here. But every teacher I know did way more than 2 days worth of work. Change can be positive, and it is. But the main reason I thought that schools were closed was to save money. And every time I drive down Barranca and see lights on at the former Sierra site and adult school site, I'm reminded that the moves haven't been completed. My old classroom, indeed half of Gladstone Street, of the former Gladstone Street, is empty. Money isn't being saved at all as far as I can tell. Before cuts are made, especially cuts that might affect students or staff, we need to make sure and finish the moves and the process of leasing the sites so that the purpose for all the moves is actually comes to fruition. Thank you very much, and any extra time I have, I yield to Meg Savella.
So we don't actually do yielding, but next is Meg Savella speaking on item 10.2.
I think LA Unified does that, but we don't.
I'm going to talk really fast because I have 2 things that I'd like to say. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Ron for going through some of the suggestions that he has for cuts and things that the PAC Plus committee looked at, and I appreciate your communication of that, and would like to second those things that he suggested. Schools and Communities First is an initiative that CTA is trying to get on the board in 2020, on the ballot in 2020. And what it is doing is going to close the corporate loopholes on Prop 98. And so hopefully, and I'm saying this to all of you community and esteemed board and cabinet members, we will get that on the ballot, we will win, and immediately Disneyland and Chevron will have to start actually paying property taxes. By doing that, it will put an immediate $11 billion in the coffers of California, and minimally $4.5 billion coming to education, which would significantly help our budget. I want to thank Mark Bomarito, Dr. Kaminsky, Arturo Ortega, and Kathy Perpero for, and I know I said that wrong, please forgive me, for signing the initiative to get it on the ballot. And so I gave it to Mr. Ronquillo, and if all of you board members would be willing to sign that initiative, AEA is committing to getting 500 signatures to contribute towards CTA. We are pushing hard for this to try and get more money for our children, our communities, and our schools. So you have the initiative, and if you can pass it around and you're willing, great. If you're not, yeah, I don't push that hard on this. The other thing that I would like to say in my 1 minute and 25 seconds is, I'm very appreciative of the PAC Plus opportunity and committee. When Arturo started that, I believe it was 5 years ago, I started, and it has evolved some over the years, but I think for the better. And part of that has been that all of the stakeholders, parents from ELAC, DLAC, school site councils, representatives of our employee groups are all there helping to look at issues, the LCAP money, the funding. And in this last session, we looked at the different pots of money that are going to be affected, specifically programs, employees, and possibility of school reconfigurations. I would like to make it very clear that as the committee met, no recommendations came out of that session. We discussed in our small groups, but never came together to hear each other's ideas. I, as an employee, would like very much to hear what the parents have to say, because for me, my ideas about where 6th grade could go could be entirely different than theirs, and their ideas might be better than mine, and I want to hear them. So I guess what I'd like to say is, as you're hearing information tonight about what came out of that meeting, that you understand that it was really just information and not official recommendations that will come in the next several phases. So thank you for your time, and I would really hope you would sign my petition. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all of you for your public comment and your input. The board appreciates it. Next, we have comments and requests from the board. So we'll start over here with Adrian.
Thank you. Good evening. First and foremost, it is incredible when we see just the amount of just recognition and awards and things that we get to celebrate on a night like this. And so we've said it already, and we'll say it again. Just we're grateful. Congratulations to everybody that was here. Honored you. You are the reason why we shine. And so we love you and we are grateful for you. I do want to say to you, Vanity, thank you very much for your input and for the conversations. I want you to know that even though your time here might be done, there's still work to do, and so we'll still be in touch about doing some of that work. And Bridget, looking forward to working with you as well to shape the student board member process. So grateful to have both of you on the team.
Thank you.
So we've had study sessions, so it's been a while since we reported out on some things, and so I have a few things. One, the district did conduct some student listening sessions over the course of the past couple months, and I was able to attend each of them, and it was informative. I was grateful again just for the opportunities for us just to listen, and most of all the adults to just listen and hear from the students on their unfiltered thoughts and perspectives, and it was rich. And so, Lika, thank you for your all the work that you did to coordinate that and make that happen. Something I'd love to just kind of hear back from. We got great information. What's kind of our next step? So with some of that information that we gathered, what will we be doing with it? It's one thing to listen. It's another thing to say we hear you, and now we're going to respond and act based on the things that you said. And so I'd love to just kind of get an update on that. Also was invited to attend the Veterans Day celebration at Paramount Elementary, and it was just it was beautiful, just seeing how veterans were honored. So great job there. All of the veterans, some of whom their kids were there at Paramount, they were escorted in by students and were just treated with the honor that they deserve. And so good job. It was great to be there. Also want to report out that today, actually, we had an ad hoc city council and school board meeting. And so there's two of us, myself and Vice President Yolanda Rodriguez-Pena. We were there with Mayor Rocha, as well as Councilman Robert Gonzalez, and sitting down and having conversations about how to work together and just common interests. Grateful for the relationship that not only is strong, but even strengthening between us and our counterparts at the city. Just want to share out some of the things that came up that we discussed, things such as what does joint use of the pool look like? There's a city pool here in town. What does that look like for us for our high school students to be able to have access to that pool? Also talked about continued use of the city auditorium. As you know, a portion of our meetings are held there, so I had a conversation about that. Even had a conversation about the video that's recorded for it to play on loop on the public access channel throughout the course of that week. And so we will keep you posted there. talking about traffic and parking concerns, specifically at Victor Hodge. I know that there have been some concerns there, and so working together there. Same thing with the 2020 census. There's going to be some ways that we can all work together on that. And in addition to that, started the conversation around actually holding a formal joint meeting between the entire school board and the entire city council. And so that's something that we are anticipating and going to be working for to be able to do here in 2020. In addition to that, a few requests. One, I want to say congratulations to Dr. Irene Sanchez. She was featured in CTA Educator magazine, and so the article is Amplifying Marginalized Voices. And so, as we may or may not know, Irene Sanchez, she's the only Californian on the National Humanities Center's Teacher Advisory Council for the 2019 and 2020 school year, and also she's the only ethnic studies teacher there on the council. And so I would love us to, in the same way that we got to highlight and recognize just the incredible, students and things that we have going on, I would love to recognize and honor that shining example from our community as well. And then also just to get a couple updates. So a handful of meetings ago, I requested that we bring forward an update from, there was like a security task force that was put together to talk about some things such as the door policy and Alice and some of those things around whether it's active shooter drills and those things. So it would be great to see that on a future board, to hear from that committee that was put together. And in addition to that, another update on a few meetings ago, we talked about making sure that the information got out to specifically our female students around feminine hygiene products that are available in the restrooms. And so it'd be great to get an update on the ways in which that information was shared out to our students.
Is that okay?
Friday.
Is that okay just in a Friday packet for that piece, or do you want it oral report?
Actually, maybe even both. I think it'd be good to communicate it from a board meeting so that everyone in the community is aware of that as well. That's all.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Whatever you said about whatever he said about meeting with the city, he said everything, so. Ditto. I went to the CLSVA conference workshop, and they spoke about the importance of the 2020 census and how important students will be in this 2020 census, because some of the students can translate for their parents, and also my mom personally did not read or write. She was literate, so I have to help her fill her form out, and she spoke Spanish, so then I had to translate for her in English. So I think it's really important that we work together with the city and the school district so we can be sure that we're accounted, because it does bring us more revenue to our city and to our schools, and we have the right count. So I think it's about educating, the parents and how important it is, because I know it's kind of hard for them to have to fill out a form. Sometimes parents get kind of scared, to do that. So I think we need to maybe educate some of our parents when they come to their meetings at their school sites. And also, I was glad to see Dr. Irene Sanchez. She was on one of the panels regarding ethnic studies, and she was one of, I believe the only one here from the San Gabriel Valley from our school district. The Azusa Leaders for Learning Ed Foundation, the Golden Days dinner, it was a successful turnout. And I want to thank the students, teachers from the mariachi, and the chorus and orchestra for our entertainment. They were fantastic. They did a great job. And Myra Rico brought them. And thank you, Myra. And also our CSCA members, Yvonne, Diane, Lori, Pat, Sandra, Cecilia, Francis, and we made enough money for 2 more scholarships. They're $1,000 scholarships for our students. It was a great turnout. And what you missed was the designer bag bingo. I'll just tell you this story. We all brought designer bags so we can raffle. And we made the most money on that. But my son's girlfriend gave me this Prada purse. And I'm like, I don't need this pink Prada purse. One that thing went like for $300, right? Around, and I could have sold it, right? But anyway, it's all for the kids. And together we make a difference. You know, it was a beautiful event, and hopefully next time, Meg, I invited Meg and you guys can come and see. What a great evening. I went to the Azusa College Night. It was a full house, and many students and parents were there interesting, and there was over 50 colleges there, but I was very impressed that they had the Los Angeles School of Music, and they also had architect, where students can learn about architect and STEM. So I think that we're leading to the 21st century, and they have different things to offer other than just college. I want them to be able to have an opportunity to select what they want to do. I did attend the listening circles. I went to Azusa High and Gladstone High School, and it was nice to hear the students' opinion and what they feel and how we can help them to get a better education. You know, they were grateful that we were there. They even said, well, thank you for coming, because we didn't think that you would be listening to us. But it is true that we should go forward, or we should probably have them maybe quarterly with different students all the time, just rotate them. And I think that it makes them feel inspired to come to school, and that we are listening to them. And of course, not only listening to them, but we've got to be sure we do what they feel that's needed for them to be a better student. I went to the LACSTA trustee meeting regarding budget, and I was glad to see our CBO, Mr. Barbarito, there. And there was topics regarding the FIGMAT, you know, indicators and risk. And I was appointed to be on the board of directors by Barbara Dickerson. So now I'm a board member there. So the PAC Plus, I'm happy to be a member of the PAC Plus, because you know, we're able to hear the staff and hear the parents, and we were just there to observe. You know, it's very hard not to say anything, right? But it was great to hear the input. You know, how we can make our decisions is how we feel, how the parents feel, and how the staff feel. You work there, your kids go to school there. I think it's really important that we're there to listen. But we did have, I went to different tables, but I stood at the English parents table. And I just want to let you know some of the concerns that they had. They felt that the norms were not being followed. I didn't realize there was norms at the beginning. So I think we need to maybe read the norms at the beginning of each meeting to remind people, you know, how to follow the norms. And also, they also wanted to have a list of the programs before they decide what should be cut, because they don't know the programs that are in their child's school. They don't know what programs go on in different schools. So, you know, how can they make a decision? You know, what's IB? You know, what do they do? And is it effective? So they would like to have wanted that list ahead of time so that they can read them or ask questions about them prior, so they know they can make an honest decision. And also that maybe it should have been longer because it was very short. And my suggestion, I'm thinking maybe we should have, they have 3 topics: the budget, staff, and programs. Maybe they should have, you know, it's going to be from 8 to 12, 1 topic at each time. Because, again, we did not complete this at the end to talk together as a team. We met each table, then everyone got up and left. So I think that maybe we should do that in the future. I went to the CHAMP graduation. And of course, the students are always fantastic. It's great to see those 4th graders knowing where they want to go, what they want to be when they get older. You know, it's great to instill that when they're so young. My granddaughter was a 4th grader at Murray, and when she went, and now she will graduate from APU in June. But she said, no, I want to go to that school. And we're like, okay, you know, we can't afford that. Okay. But she ended up, you know, maintaining her grades and volunteering her time and knowing what she needed to be a student. And she did receive it as a scholar, and this was a scholar program, and that's how she came into APU. I think it's really great that we have the CHAMP graduation. I want to thank APU for their partnership. I went to the 8th grade major fair, again, APU, Citrus College, you know, speaking to the students about what majors they have at their school site. We had Cal Poly Pomona, and I'm not sure what happened. They were not there this year, but Citrus and APU were great. I went to Powell Elementary, their 4th grade ceramics art show. It was fantastic. They had each like a topic regarding animals, like, you know, water animals. So they made fish and they made horses. It was like a farm animal, but they did a great job. And again, partnership again with APU. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for coming to our school board meeting today. For those of you guys that come religiously because you want to, not because you have to, thank you. And for those that have to come because you have to, thank you still. Or else we would not have a crowd. I wanted to go ahead and share that I had a chance to also go to the CLSBA, which means California Latino School Board Association conference in San Diego. And I was very, very grateful to be there, to be able to learn and go to these workshops, just so I, as a school board member, can understand certain things and be able to bring whatever I learned back and be able to practice it and be able to carry forward basically what I've learned and the programs that are out there. One of the things that, one of the workshops that I went to was about measure and bonds. And so I believe it was Centinela Unified School District shared how they have passed their measures, and they, like 2 years after each other, like, yes. And it was amazing to see just how their community came together. You know, it is a tax on the community. The community was aware of that, but it was really amazing to see how the school board came together, the district and the community, which involved multiple community meetings, which involved everyone, not just the district throwing it out there. So I was really impressed. With that, I actually went to another workshop with a law firm, Lozano Smith, and they were introducing certain things such as, you know, as a school district, what we should be disclosing, what we should be sharing with you. One of the things that did come that was part of the workshop was how young is a child able to be interviewed by a police officer. So it is actually just like the legal age of them being able to get their own medical. Basically the parents do not have to be notified because of the fact, because they have safety and regulations in the sense that if they were being hurt at home or if something was happening, if it was the parent, they did not want to tip off the parent. And so I asked a lot of questions, and then they said, can we talk to you after, because I was taking a lot of time. And so I did, they clarified everything, and I said, the light turned on. And I said, it makes sense. It totally makes sense. So that was like a major thing. So these are the things that I know that I learned when I go to these conferences. And so bringing them all back. I also went to the AXA conference 2 weeks ago, and it is the administrators conference. Usually school board members don't get to go. I was lucky enough to be, actually I wanted to support Linda Kaminsky. She is now the president of AXA, the Administrators Association. And so I wanted to be there for her, to see her in action and to lead that conference. And so I actually learned a lot there too. There was a great workshop that actually Shanolene and I went to, and we were like, oh my goodness, we need to have this in our district. And we just exchanged ideas and stuff. And so that I won't talk about that. We'll present it later. Let's see here. I went to LACO to a workshop with like 50 LACO employees, and I was one of the only few school board members there to FICMAT. It's a fiscal solvency workshop. to learn about our budget and how we can be fiscal responsible as a school district. It was very, very interesting to actually see it from that point of view. So now when our CBO, Mark, goes up there, actually, while they were going through the presentation, and I was like, oh, okay, oh, that's why he presents this. Oh, you know, and so I was able to understand a lot of our budget and what happens if we don't stay within budget and thereafter. And so it really just kind of put a little light in my brain as a school board member. And I have to tell you this, the person that was leading the workshop, she said, if the state comes to your district and takes over because you are not being fiscal, solvent, who is responsible for that? So I'm raising my hand because I'm going to answer I'm thinking who's going to, who is responsible. And the lady says, you, yes, you are responsible. Yes. I said, she knew I was a school board member, we had to introduce it. And I said, oh, she goes, you don't read your stuff, you don't read the budget, you don't understand the budget, it's on you. I was like, just kind of like, yeah, I said, you know what, being a school board member is a big responsibility. It comes with a lot of reading, a lot of understanding, a lot of asking questions, because I was put here not just by an appointed position, I was put here by the constituents, on behalf of the constituents. And so I have to understand what I vote for. And I appreciate our cabinet for getting the stuff that we ask for, and that when we ask tough questions that we have those conversations. I know it's just been a year, and budget just seems to be coming out of our ears. So I just thought, you know what, let me go get educated. I will be going to another session, so I can understand where we're at. So let's see here. I would like to thank Sierra High School student Vanity Borquez. Thank you for coming and joining us and hearing our long meetings sometimes, or short ones, and for actively participating with us. And I would like to congratulate and welcome Miss Bridget Muñiz for joining the Board of Education as a student member. I am so proud of you for being up here. I'm so excited for you. Yes, I know. I do have to share, I was her coach when she was in kinder, all through yes, and now she's in cheer at Azusa High. So I'm super proud of you. I can't even express how much I love just you being up here. Mama, good job. Thank you.
Jerry?
Yes, welcome everybody. I'm gonna try to, I also went to the Veterans Day over at Paramount, and I was one of the veterans who was brought up, which to me meant so much, because you have the kids there and they just look at you and, oh, look at her, she actually did it. And then I got to go to Miss Christina's classroom and explain what I did in the military, which was a very mechanical aircraft armament specialist, and I worked on the Cobras and the Apaches. And to have the girls light up, because I explained back in the day when I joined, they didn't expect us to be able to do that. They didn't think we had the skills to pass the test. And so every cycle in this one MOS, that's your job in the military, there would be one girl in every single class, and I graduated second in my class. But it was just really neat to see those girls go, we can do that too. We can do it. Like, it was just so cute. We also have the Veterans Day at City Hall. And I'd like to share that this Saturday, Hearts for the Hungry will be at Foothill Community Church at 12 p.m. And basically what we do is, I work in the kitchen because I like it, and we make a Thanksgiving dinner for the community. So if you know of anybody who would like to come this Saturday at 12 noon at Foothill Community Church, 777 Lasta, please, welcome.
And it's free.
Yep, it's free. So Yay, that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so for me, I'll be brief. So I also was able to attend the AXA conference and to see our current AXA president, Linda, in action. I think we're very proud of you. I know we're very proud of you for leading that statewide organization. And it was great to see a whole conference focused solely on equity, and that every single workshop had a connection to equity. And I did want to speak about the workshop that Gabriela and I went to, because it was around social emotional learning. And it was actually a specific program that's been developed by Emory University that they offer. It's actually a free curriculum, and they'll come in and do free trainings. But it's really around training your staff. It's curriculum developed that infuses certain practices students can learn in order to build that grounding for themselves. And so it's a very thoughtful curriculum. They use it internationally. And so I know they were talking about they were interested in working in California. So I know Gabriela and I were both like, ooh, let's come back and talk. So we have shared information with our superintendent, and so hopefully something could come out of it, because I think that's one of the big areas that I feel like is so important, but we don't necessarily always talk about it, and we don't see it in our priorities explicitly. And so I did want to mention that. In terms of a couple other things, yes, and it's free. And then in terms of a couple other things, I really appreciate having the petition here to sign the Schools and Communities First. Schools and Communities First petition. So there, just to be everyone understand, there are potentially two initiatives that'll be on the ballot. There's that one that'll raise around $4.5 million for schools, and then there's a full and fair funding initiative that's been developed by CSBA and AXA that would raise $15 billion just for schools. It would be for K-14, so K-12, and then community college. And so, I mean, regardless of which one is on the ballot or both are on the ballot, I think we all need to work to see that it happens. At this point now, the state of New York pays on a per pupil basis double what we do in California. Double, right? If you really are interested in what the effects look like, Children Now just came out with a report. They compare just a typical California high school to a high school in New Jersey and one other state, just to see the differences that you have when you have that much more funding, and it just makes it really understandable for you to see, like, over in San Jose, they had like 12 after-school activities kids could do, clubs. In New Jersey, they had 40 clubs at a same-size high school, right? So, I mean, that's just a small example, but I think those are the kind of discussions we have to have with our community beyond this room, to make people understand what the implications are for us, not only us, but across the state, when we don't have the funding that we need to fully serve our students. So thank you for that. I hope we and everyone here is going to be partnering on really continuing that voice to make sure that something passes next November. In terms of, Adrian, in terms of your question about the update on the student info sessions, and I was able to attend only 2 of the 3, but they were very impactful, and I really appreciated hearing first, unfiltered from the students, what they feel in their schools. Both the good and things that we can work on. And so if you look in your update that they're going to talk to us a little while, but they're planning on bringing that information to us on the next board meeting. That's when they're going to be bringing that information to us. So that'll be our chance to talk about, now that we have this information, what are we going to do with it? And then let's see, I have 2 other things. One is, so around the public comment from Lonena Olage, can we get clarification? Linda, can you follow up around what PC 1164 is? I thought we had worked on updating our board policies around parental notification. Arturo, what have we done with that?
So tonight on agenda item 14.1, you will see amended board policy 5145.11, which is directly related to the public comment that was spoken about.
All right. Okay, that was my confusion because it was a different number. Okay, great. So with that, actually that was the last thing I had to say, and so I really appreciate everyone being here, and it was great to see all the awards given out. It was the few that I saw in the end, and I did want to recognize, and I wasn't here for the presentation for the school, but I love to see the art around the room. And although I know, we're having kids imitate the masters, I love to see the creativity and the originality in many of the pictures up on the walls. I think that is a testament to the work that you're doing at schools to really build that capacity within our students. So I did want to recognize that. And so with that, we'll move on to comments and reports by the student board member. So we'll start with you, Vanity.
We do have a couple events going on at the high schools. At Sierra High School on November 21st. We have our basketball game versus Whitco High School at Binder Park. December 4th, we have Families in School College of Knowledge in the NPR at Azusa High School. On November 18th through the 23rd, we have the Three Musketeers performance in the Little Theater. November 21st, we have a Cav Azteca with the principal in room 1. December 3rd, we have a Citrus College visit in the Career Center. December 5th, we have College of Knowledge in room 1. And at Gladstone High School on December 6th, we have a choir winter concert in the TPA at 7. And December 7th, we have a GROTC at the Covina Christmas Parade this year. And I just want to say, a couple weeks ago, I attended our first LCAP advisory committee meeting, and I'd like to thank Dr. Bryant for having us all the high schools get together and get to know each other and work in groups and have a good snack and all of us get together and have some fun. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll. So we really value your input, and I know as since Adrian has grand plans for our student board members, right? Your work is not done. Yes, we look forward to all the input, especially around the LCAP, and then the work that we're going to be doing around the budget cuts, right? It's really important to have our student voice in that from both of you. So we'll move on to the cabinet. So we'll start with Arturo.
No comments at this time.
Mark? Jorge? Wow. Linda?
I said they ceded their time to me. No, I'm just teasing. I'm very privileged to work with such a great cabinet. Thank you all, gentlemen, for your support and leadership throughout the district. A few quick comments. First, I also want to thank everybody who attended the PAC Plus meeting that we had to really look at the budget and begin to think through, well, what are the areas that, as hard as it is to have to compress and contract, when all you want to do really is keep adding more and more wonderful things and opportunities for kids. We're in a difficult situation here in California, and it is unusual. It is unfair because it is not equitable across the United States. And I've said it before, and I will say it again. We are now the 4th largest economy in the world, California. The 4th largest in the world, which means it's at least the 1st in the U.S. Wow. And we're funding our schools. We rank about 41 to 43, 44, depending on how it's calculated. There's no place for a world-leading economy to fail to invest in its own children, to fail to invest in its own future, to not recognize the work that's going on day in and day out in our schools, our staff, our teachers, our students deserve better. And I really do encourage you, Meg, I appreciate you bringing us the resolution and the petitions to sign, and appreciate the work that CTA is doing, the work that AXA and CSB are doing, because we need to change that trajectory. We must change that. We must have an educational system in this state that we can say is really reaching out and supporting our kids, and it's not happening right now. So another comment I wanted to make real quickly is the listening sessions. I really appreciate also listening to the students, and I'm eager to see that continue. I think it's very important that we do that we learn from our students in terms of their perspective and what they see too. Many students expressed over and over again how much they appreciate the teachers, the work that the teachers do, the way teachers help them learn, how they structure the lessons. It was really nice to see that. I really appreciate it. And I've asked our principals at the high schools to share with the staff and with families so that they know too, those who weren't able to go, they hear the good things that kids said and what really drives them to do their best and supports them and motivates them. I'm delighted and really honored and humbled to be president of ACSA this year. It's an organization that really prides itself on supporting and recognizing the role of an administrator in working with families, with students, with staff, with teachers, to support all components of an educational system. And I'm really delighted to see that all three, CTA and ACSA and CSB, are all asking for increased funding and are united in that voice to say this is not acceptable. The conference that we went to, the theme of it was called Lead Well, Equity and Excellence. And that the choice of the theme was intentional. It was to essentially say that good, strong leadership, effective leadership, well leadership, is only good, strong, and effective if you're thinking and focusing on equity, which means meeting the needs of each and every kid, and excellence, keeping that bar high, moving the kids to where they need to be for the future. And then many, many different workshops and speakers gave examples of what that means in their context where they work. And I tell you, I was incredibly proud to be able to say to people, that's what Azusa is about. That's what Azusa is all about. We've made tremendous progress. We exceed state gains and achievement. We've received a lot of honors over the years. And it's because there's this ethos here in this district that we're going to work hard for each and every student. And we're going to try our best. And there's always more, I'm sure, that everybody wants to do. And I tell people sometimes, in particular, the student that you're thinking about at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you wake up worried about that student, to me, that's a mark of the character of the teacher, the character of the staff person, or the principal, that is so dedicated to making everything they do work as well as possible for the students. So thank you all who were able to come to it. We had 3 amazing presenters. One talked about wellness, another one talked about, interestingly enough, about technology. And the question is, who's creating the technology? And does it reflect the values of the creators of the technology or society writ large? And it's something to think about. And it's why we need to create an educational system that promotes all students, males, females, all different racial and ethnic backgrounds, getting into whatever careers they want to get into, so that they can create the future that's representative of and it speaks to all. And then the last speaker was Naomi Tutu, the daughter of Desmond Tutu, the Archbishop of South Africa. It was an honor to have her come and speak to us. And I actually, she became an Episcopalian minister a few years ago, about 3 years ago, and I asked her before she spoke, I said, so how did you come to be a minister? Of course, she's the daughter of the Archbishop, right? And she said, kicking and screaming. She did not want to do it for many, many years, and then finally realized that she did have a calling to share thoughts, to be present for people in challenging times, to listen to them, and to be able to support them. And she spoke to all of us Saturday morning, to a very large crowd, about a word that is used in a number of languages in Africa. It's called Ubuntu. I had never heard it before. It's about U-B-U-N-T-U. And if you Google it, in English it's translated as humanity. And she stressed it means much more than humanity, and gave many, many examples of how she has seen this play out in her life. And it really is, in essence, the ability to look at somebody, even somebody who's an adversary, or somebody who's done wrong to you, somebody who you have fundamental disagreements with, and see goodness there, and see the humanity, and see the spark, and find that and nurture that. And she gave an example, she speaks to many people throughout the nation, and she talked about a series of talks she was giving. She lives now actually in the United States. So she was giving a series of talks on the East Coast, and there was a gentleman in the audience, way in the back, who disagreed with her very strongly during her presentation, and then cornered her afterwards to talk some more. And she said she then invited him to coffee because they needed to get out of the auditorium where they were. And then over a period of months, she and this white person with a very different point of view than she had continued to meet for coffee. The conversations got longer and longer, and eventually they turned into dinner conversations. And after doing that for a few years, he confided in her that recently he had become homeless. And she invited him to live in her home. So the transformation of somebody who had very different opinions, who was aggressive in a sense towards her in terms of the conversation, becoming somebody where there was a deep relationship and support for each other was a really powerful example. And you know, typically after a speaker you hear a round of applause. When she finished, I thought, oh my goodness, I've just heard a sermon that I need to listen to, and you could not hear a pin drop in this auditorium. People really took to heart her message. And I thought, you know, this time of so much divisiveness in our political world, so much sometimes tragedy that we see happening out in the news, if we can take one more step, and I'm thinking about it for myself too, we can take one more step to look for the humanity, to look for that spark, look for that connection that we all can share and that we can nurture. We can be better people, and we can do better. So thank you very much. Appreciate it all, and I look forward to this year continuing. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And then just to follow up, so we're going to work on getting an update to this on the security task force. And then can you clarify for us, have active shooter drills been scheduled?
Yes.
For when?
So Alice training, is that what we're referring to?
Yes. I'm not talking, no, not the training, but active shooter drill, like live drills.
I'd have to get more. I mean, if we're talking about the Alice training and the live scenarios, but that's not the police. Like if you're talking about a big event, I don't believe that we've done that.
Are planning to do that?
Well, I can look into that. Provide an update for that.
Okay. Well, we'll get an update on just on everything you're doing around that, and then the feminine hygiene update. Like those will both be on the next agenda, which also has first interim, so it'll be a long meeting. Moving on, we will move on to report of closed session matters. I'm assuming no action was taken in closed session, correct? Right. So with that, we'll move to item 9.1, which is the approval of settlement of 6 cases. Azusa 020132, 019929, 020272, 018297, 019607, and 019688. What are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Gabriela Ariana, second by Yolanda Rodriguez Peña. Any discussion? Seeing none, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 9.2, student matter, final settlement for the Office of Administrative Hearing, case number 2019-100456, student number 1920-1-16. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
I second that.
Motion by Jerry Bibles Vogel, seconded by Adrian Greer. Any discussion? Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to general functions. It's with great pleasure that I have the next item. It's the East San Gabriel Valley Regional Occupation Program's presentation on ROP updates and happening. So welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed board members, superintendent, and administrative cabinet. I'm Dr. Cheryl Carter, superintendent of East San Gabriel Valley ROP.
I'm Dr. John Smith, Deputy Superintendent of ROP.
So we do have a presentation. We're a grateful partner of the Azusa Unified School District. The mission of the East San Gabriel Valley ROP centers on being able to train students and provide them with guidance so that they are able to earn high-wage, high-demand careers. And so that intersects with the mission of Azusa Unified School District because we all want our students to be successful. The industry sectors of focus that our partnership centers on are that of automotive technology, education, child development and family services, fashion, business and finance, health science, medical technology, public safety, and transportation. Some of the unique programs that are available in Azusa Unified are HOSA, the Future Health Professionals, which allows students who are participating in the health science pathway to have access to career opportunities so that they're well prepared. And also the goal of HOSA is to develop health science instructors and promote high quality healthcare careers. Another unique Azusa Unified program is that of the Healthcare Academy internships, where your students have the opportunity to participate in paid internships through Kaiser, City of Hope, and also Charter Hospice. Additionally, there is Skills USA, which has been added this year, which is a partnership with teachers and industry that allows students to participate in the workforce actively so that they get to see a firsthand glimpse of what a career looks like. Depicted here, last year, 10 honors were handed out at the HOSA conference for Gladstone High School students who participated. Additionally, another picture of the future health professionals, the HOSA students in their uniforms with their medals. Depicted here are pictures of students in the health science and medical technology pathway. Also, health science and medical technology pathway. Also depicted here is the award-winning arts, media, and entertainment pathway. Health science and medical technology students at work. The partnership with the East San Gabriel Valley Regional Occupational Program supports your students in becoming college and career ready in a number of ways. It promotes university acceptance through offering students access to work-based learning opportunities, provides them with curriculum that is aligned through the UC A through G approval system, offers students hands-on experience, and exposes them to college and career opportunities. Last year's enrollment numbers with ROP classes for Azusa High School were 230, Gladstone High School 540, and Sierra High School 57. The ROP provided a number of opportunities for students last year through work-based learning. There were 85 work-based learning opportunities that were extended to students, 429 college tours, 912 field trips, including HOSA, Skills USA, and many other opportunities that were provided for our child development students to get some hands-on activities related to their training. The ROP provides in and participates articulation agreements with local community college so that the courses that we offer are directly transferable if students pursue higher education. Our most recent partnership with Citrus College, Mount SAC, Rio Hondo College, Pacific Oaks College, National University, Union Institute and University, and also Charles Drew University. And now Dr. Smith will share information about our pathways.
So one of the unique things about a pathway is that there's 2 or more sequenced courses that are a year long. So what you'll see in the next few slides are those pathways at Azusa, Gladstone, and Sierra. So we'll start with Gladstone with the health science, medical technology. So that's starts with our sports physical therapy pathway. It is a concentrator, which is more than an introductory course, followed by a capstone course or an advanced course. So that will be the consistent theme throughout all of the pathways that you'll see. So one of the pathways at Gladstone, which is one of their larger pathways, is the Medical Academy. And again, they do have an introductory course followed by a concentrator, followed by a capstone. And the students really have some great opportunities to hone their skills in the healthcare area. As Dr. Carter shared with you, HOSA is a career technical education organization. It is a student-led organization, and it helps to teach students those leadership skills. So HOSA does have an advisor in the club or the CTSO, but it's really led by the students, a very important factor, because it's teaching those students those leadership skills. And I'm going to get this thing down. Our next pathway is at Azusa High School, and it's the automotive. Again, automotive is an introductory course followed by, or elementary course followed by the capstone. At Azusa, we have an accounting pathway. That's in the business and finance sector, and so that is accounting concentrator and accounting capstone. We have at Gladstone the graphic arts multimedia pathway. Again, it's graphic arts multimedia concentrator followed by a capstone graphic arts multimedia taught by Jim Haig. Again, Mr. Haig is leading the Skills USA CTSO this year at Gladstone. This is his third year, and it's worth noting that last year his students wanted to vote him Teacher of the Year, but because he's an ROP teacher, he didn't qualify. But that's how well he was received at Gladstone 2 years ago when he began teaching the graphic arts multimedia. Mr. Haig will be teaching at the advisor for Skills USA at Gladstone this year. One of the other things worth noting is that the teachers teaching all of the pathways in the Azusa Unified are all CTE credentialed. They either hold a single subject credential that's recognized by the Department of Ed to teach a CTE course, or they're an ROP teacher. So there are contracted teachers who are teaching CTE, or ROP teachers who are designated CTE teachers for these particular pathways. Next, we have the public safety sector. That's our law enforcement and the intro to forensic, both a concentrator and a capstone course, have the administration of justice. At Sierra, we have emergency medical services. This year, the teacher is teaching a concentrator course, and next year will be the capstone. At Sierra High School, we've got the early childhood education pathway, child development, concentrator, and capstone.
And so we always research at the ROP the potential for growth of the existing pathways in the districts that we serve, because we want to make sure that the industries are targeted for growth so that we support your students at the highest level. So according to the the Bureau of Labor Statistics, for 2016 through 2026, the Information, Communication, and Technology pathway is projected to grow by 13%. The Education, Child Development, and Family Services pathway Careers in these fields are projected to grow by 10%. The public safety pathway, those careers are projected to grow by 15%. Health science and medical technology leads the way at 24% of projected growth, along with arts and media entertainment, which has a 22% projected growth through the year 2026. We also took a look at some of the fastest growing jobs in the state of California. Leading that charge would be biomedical engineer with a projected growth of 68%. Home health aides, a projected growth of 52% due to our aging population. Carpenter helpers is projected to grow by 52%, which is evidenced by all of the construction in the community and area. Market research analysts are projected to grow by 45.9%. Mason helpers are projected to grow by 45.8%. Personal care aides, 43%, again due to our aging population in California. Emergency medical technicians are projected to grow by 42%. Medical scientists by 41%. Museum curators by 40%, who knew? Marriage and family therapists are projected to grow by 39%, and cybersecurity by 28%. We also took a deeper dive just to dream if pathways were expanded, what that looks like in the greater Los Angeles community, greater Los Angeles Valley region, what the jobs would look like. And so we proposed different pathways based on the data. So we took a look at the biotechnology sector because there is so much growth at 68%, and what that would look like would be a patient care pathway along with a biotechnology concentrator. And careers in biotechnology are expanding. Also, cybersecurity is a growth area and a pathway with networking and cybersecurity. Also, public safety, Azusa Unified already has underway. And there are many other courses that the ROP offers, but we wanted to highlight the enrollment and the projected growth for the future in the existing pathways that are in Azusa Unified. We thank you for your partnership and collaboration in allowing us to support the delivery of high-quality CTE programs.
So thank you so much, Dr. Carter. I appreciate the vision that you bring and the support that you've provided to Azusa. Thank you.
I really want to thank you for your partnership. Also, I did go to your open house, and I know you have many great classes to offer your students. The AL Foundation gave one of your students for the medical field, to go to your school. And I also went to your breakfast, and it's great to hear all the success stories at your breakfasts all the time. So I also was one of the high school mentors with Stacy a couple of years ago, and they had that grant, right? So thank you very much again.
I did want to point out that I didn't realize what my son has been taking for the last 4 years, which is the information and communication technology sector. He just says, oh, I'm just taking a computer class. I'm just taking another computer class. Yeah, it's called this. And so he told me he was working on his capstone, and I said, what? You have a what? And so he is just intrigued by that, by those classes, and he has committed, and actually he will pursue that career, he says, and so he actually wants to do cybersecurity, and that's what he wants to do, and go to college, join the Air Force, and work in that sector. But my daughter, a freshman, so he's a senior, my daughter, she's a freshman, and she is in the health science and medical technology sector. She wants to become a doctor, so what best way to start? So I wanted to thank you. I see this and I get really, really excited because it is just not, some people, no, we need every type of field, from A to Z in the USA, right here in Azusa. So I appreciate you guys bringing this presentation to us and letting us know what you offer. So thank you.
One more thing I'd like to add before we part, and that is the completion of pathways is very important to the district in terms of meeting the college and career indicators on the data dashboard that the State Board of Education has recognized. So again, thank you for your partnership.
Any other questions?
Oh, if I can add one more thing, one of the comments that have come out at the three high schools, the two comprehensive high schools, many students talked about really appreciating and enjoying hands-on learning experiences, whether it's an ROP class or a regular high school class, but just the value of really being able to learn in very active ways, which ROP certainly offers. At the continuation high school, one of the things we heard from students is they really would like to have a pathway series right there for themselves, and or connections back to either the engineering or to the health pathway. Many of the students will come to Sierra High School. Some of them decide to stay there and graduate from there. Others decide to go back to the comprehensive high school for their senior year, and they'd like the option to be moving on the development of their and completion of a pathway while they're at Sierra. So we'd love to talk to you about that some more. Thank you.
So, yeah, so I actually have a question. I'm not a question, but I want to put something in front of the board. So if you think about those numbers that we saw for Gladstone versus Azusa High, right? So it's more than double the students at Gladstone High School are taking an ROP class, and I think that speaks to the pathways that we're offering there and sort of the interest that students have. And I think that we need to think very carefully about making sure that we're offering things at both schools that appeal to our students. So I think that's one thing that we need. I would appreciate a conversation moving forward around what ROP looks like and what we're offering. Especially, I mean, you've shown us a number of great examples we could do, right? So really being thoughtful about that and making sure we have access to both schools. And then Linda, I did want to ask you a question because I do not see the engineering pathway on here. So it would be good to have an update about that. Because since you mentioned it, I'll bring it up.
The engineering pathway is a CTE pathway, but right now it's not part of the ROP pathways.
So it's internal only. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I just closed my window.
Okay, moving on to the next item, we have item 10.2, fiscal solvency input from the Parent Advisory Committee, PAC Plus, the PAC Plus Committee. Thank you. And then just to clarify, I know Yolanda mentioned it, but the board did send, we don't sit on the PAC Plus, but we did send 2 board members to go observe so that we could hear directly what was coming out of those meetings. So thank you.
Good evening, board. We wanted to give you a status update, which is an overview of what we've done with the PAC Plus and some of the work that we've begun, and share with you some of those next steps. And so I wanted to introduce, and I'm sure you guys know, Jennifer Edick Bryant, Dr. Jennifer Edick Bryant, who facilitated the meetings this year and did a brilliant job of putting together the understanding piece and starting the process of discussion, which was a challenging one. So I'll let her go through exactly what we did to bring awareness of our current fiscal situation and how we laid out our next steps.
Good evening, thank you. Just briefly, we had our very first PAC Plus meeting in October where we were able to spend about an hour reviewing all of the budget details and circumstances around the need for reductions in the Azusa Unified School District. It was also a time where we did set up the culture, climate, and working agreements for the group in preparation to specifically look at LCFF and general reductions across all funding sources. So our November 12th meeting, Tuesday, November 12th, was our first of 3 meetings where we will specifically look at gathering information and input for the board as we look at making reductions in the budget. And this would be coming from our PAC Plus, which is a representative body made up of a parent from every single school, 2 representatives from English learners, our DLAC, 2 from Migrant Ed, 2 from our students with disabilities. We have 2 representatives from AEA, 2 representatives from CSEA, and 2 representatives from management and administration. So it is a representative body that meets and will meet the entire year. So once we returned on this November 12th date to address the budget, we were able to provide detailed information about areas of spending in our district, and we put them into 3 buckets: a list of every single program in our district, lists of every single person employed by the district, and then possible school reconfiguration scenarios that would be feasible within a given time frame. And so we were able to begin the process of looking at those in smaller groups, in subgroups, and dialoguing in those groups with a facilitator, and allowing at the end of the meeting to come up with some preliminary feelings about some of the things we've accomplished. Some groups were able to go through more than others, and we are just beginning. We will be meeting again on November 22nd, which is this Friday, to continue that process with our PAC Plus. We are going to continue to dive in and help facilitate more understanding and dialogue around the different options, and allow the PAC Plus to share options that are kind of outside the box or outside, but we've presented that as also something that we're able to do. And I also heard through the feedback that we collect from PAC Plus that participants wanted more time, and so we are accommodating that by expanding the meeting on Friday from 3 hours to the full day, 9 to 2, which is our normal meeting time. So in response to that input on the process of the meeting, we are expanding that. What we'd like to do is continue to update you as we go through on some of the information and input that the PAC Plus will share as you make the decisions for recommended cuts that we need to make to meet our budget. So at this point, I can take some questions if you have any.
I wanted to share one more thing. So, and Meg mentioned it in her 3 minutes, which is there was a couple of ideas that did rise to the top, and those were around restructuring our schools. One of those ideas was one that she shared, which was that we would convert to a K-6 model and a 7-12 model at the high school. That did draw a lot of interest. And there was another very similar idea that did draw a lot of interest, which was to do a K-8 model, which would mean all of our students K-8 would go eventually over time to an elementary school, and our high schools would remain as is. Those had both high interest. There'll definitely be more discussion at the PAC Plus, but it would be too early to say that that was a outcome of the meeting. Those were of interest during the discussions.
So both of those models are looking to close down middle schools then, right? It would make a K-8, then the middle school will move down to elementaries. If it's a 7-12, then middle schools will move up to high schools. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is correct. Both those models would equal middle schools going somewhere else. And the PAC Plus was given with every iteration of possibilities of reconfiguring schools to be more efficient, and with dollar amounts as estimates of cost savings that would be achieved if we reduced by whatever that reconfiguration was.
So a couple things to share. One, so I was there along with Yolanda, and echo her her thoughts around the difficulty, maybe in wanting to kind of share out, but at the same time being grateful to be there and just listen. I'd hear from some of the thoughts of parents and also staff. After the fact, I was able to actually have conversations with almost every kind of stakeholder group to kind of just get some feedback on the process. And so yeah, one of them was time, talking about the time. And so I'm grateful that the accommodation to extend it to a full day as opposed to just a 3-hour day is I know will be appreciated. One slight complication with that might be the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, are all schools on minimum day this Friday?
Right.
Just, is it elementary schools? So just the impact that has then. So on one hand, parents were very clear that they would appreciate having the extended time. However, the nature of the schedule this Friday might prohibit that from happening. So just kind of a logistical thing to be proactive about. Also, another thought that came from the groups were, same thing, time with information, and so just the difficulty with being in the moment and receiving that information for the first time and needing to make informed decisions, but without having to being able to first chew on that information. And so there were a lot of parents that asked, is it possible to get some of this information ahead of time so that we can be more prepared coming in? Also conversation around parents that are coming to the table with different levels of understanding of where things are. So you have maybe parents who have been a part of the PAC Plus for many years, and so they have a deep understanding of programs, but you have a parent that's new, and when it's difficult for the entire group to move forward, when there are questions around programs where some people understand what those programs are, and others don't. And so there was even suggestions around the potential of making the groups smaller, maybe separating and having a group of parents that maybe have a deeper understanding, and then another group of parents that don't quite have as much, so that they can learn as well. There was also another suggestion just around, so Yolanda, you were talking about taking one day per topic, and so one of the things that happened is some of the parents had questions around programs. So for some of the staffing, there were line items, and we talked about budget totals, and then where they are and how many positions there are. And so there was a request to have some of that same type of information on a program level. So where are the programs? How many students are participating in those programs, and kind of giving a bit more information there. And then also about shared thinking. It's interesting, we just last session we talked about think, pair, share, and just the power of think, pair, share when you're able to collaborate around ideas. And time got the best of the group this last week, and so weren't able to get around to the sharing. And so I know that some of the different sides were wondering what was some of the reason that the other side came up with, some of their suggestions, but weren't able to hear some of that reasoning and thinking. So you already said this, but some of the overarching thoughts that I got from each of the different groups were, it was a great start, and it's good to get stakeholders together to have a conversation, but there wasn't quite a solid recommendation yet. And there's more work to do, even specifically around the reorganization topic, even before going on to the others. Some other thoughts that I have, just a thought or two that I have on my own self. I think that in an attempt to control misinformation and kind of keeping things in, I wonder if that's why information isn't shared ahead of time, and just wanting to make sure that it's contained, if you will. But I just wonder how that jives with just the need and for us to make sure that we're being transparent, so that there really aren't any surprises along the way. And I know that this is going to be a conversation that we're going to continue to have, and I hope it's one that we can have right here in an open session to really talk about all of those options that are available before us. So I know that, for example, information was collected at the end of the meeting, but I also know that there's some who hung on to the information or who took pictures of the information. And so I just wonder what it looks like for us to get ahead of that. And so instead of kind of thinking that we are able to lock it in, how can we be proactive and be more upfront with some of the options that are available before us?
Yeah, we've definitely thought about that, and the whole purpose of this process is to kind of start at ground zero. We haven't come in with any recommendations for PAC Plus to hone in on. It's as open as possible as far as selection. So we're really looking for that input. This was the first meeting. We did want to gather a pulse of the group so we would have something to share tonight as to what was in the room.
Sure.
And so that was the purpose of taking a pulse before we left, knowing that we had additional meetings, and those additional meetings were already there.
Sure.
They are now longer meetings.
Right.
But that is there. And on the sharing out, the biggest thing is we weren't so concerned about information getting out. What we were concerned about is that what somebody else said getting out. Because we don't want anyone singled out that this parent said X, Y, and Z, and then there's some type of repercussion to what somebody said. It should be a group of people that are allowed to think out loud in a safe place, and they can come together and share those thinkings and maybe hone their thinking within that group.
We're saying that's why we collected the literature?
That is the concept. So we're looking to have a safe place. It wasn't about trying to hold back information. So we will come up with a different protocol to make sure that that's clear.
Sure.
Next time.
And then I know there's another meeting this Friday, and so I would love to offer an opportunity for another colleague to attend. I am available and would love to be back there again, but we'll yield to the consensus of my colleagues.
Also, I won't be able to be there. Also, we're doing the Operation Gobble Gobble, and I'm going to be helping get the turkeys and giving them out. Okay, Supervisor Yoros Solis is giving us 19 turkeys for a parent of each school, and I usually work together because I'm a commissioner for LA County, so I'm going to go get the turkeys, bring them, and then just give the parents that come to the MOT, so I won't be able to be there Friday.
I'll go ahead and do it.
Just let you know.
All right, so Jerry wants to go. Anybody else?
Great.
You can.
No, I have to work.
Okay. Adrian, did you want to go? Then?
Yeah, I'd love to go.
Okay, so we'll have Jerry and Adrian go. And then I just have a couple questions. So in terms of the process, and I just want to say I really agree with Adrian. I think just the more transparent we can be with what the choices are on the table. I mean, when you lose 6% of your student population in 1 year, right, it makes for difficult choices moving forward. And so the more we can be transparent and show to the community sort of the choices that are on the table, the better, right? And we're at what better place than the board meeting? So I think we really need to think about, to Adrian's point, like how are we putting this information out? And then I also have a question just about internally the process, right? So my understanding is that you had people separated by their roles this time. And so I just want to have a question about so is that the way we did it last time?
Correct. So we had English parents, Spanish parents, and staff.
So that's the way we did it a couple years ago when we did the PAC Plus.
So, thinking, because that reminds me, another thought that came up from the group was due to the fact that parents and teachers and staff were separated. When I spoke to some groups of parents, they were wondering, why did the staff say this, and then some of the staff were saying, why did the parents say that? So I think it goes back to either integrating or mixing the groups together, or also the sharing out.
So if I go back to 2 years ago, and we're using a similar process, and one of the things was that we had scheduled these 3 meetings, and that process of sharing is coming up, where we, after the smaller groups, and we are gonna split, I also heard that we should split, maybe to have 2 parent English groups, so there are 3 parent groups and 1 staff, but after the 3 smaller groups share and talk and dialogue, we will have a protocol, a tuning protocol it's called, where those smaller groups can then share with the others. It's in a structured format. It's not just an open, everybody share and back and forth, because that often consumes time. And so it'll be a structured format where people can hear your justifications, ask for clarifications, and then actually based on that, the members of each group can go back to those original groups and say, wow, these were the questions or these were the comments from those other people. Maybe we should revise our list. And then all of this is really just information for you, the board, to take as you make these decisions. And it will be evolving as we go through these next 2 days.
I wanted to add regarding the programs, will they get the list of the programs prior to see what do the programs do? You know, that takes, I think, one meeting in itself, because parents have, again, like I mentioned, how will they know if they're effective, you know, and how to vote, because they just had the spreadsheet, but it didn't, to them, some of them didn't mean anything to them. Same thing with the budget. You know, I know it said MOT, they're like, who's MOT? What department is that? When we talk about funding, you know, business office, you know, what do they do there? And you had that spreadsheet, would look nice, but if it's foreign, if you don't know, if you're not a board member or a staff member, it's foreign to you, and I think we need to have more clarification on the budget, the staff, and the programs.
So it is definitely challenging, and putting it together in a way that is, you know, I would say that our programs are effective. So it's
yeah, but they don't know that.
Yeah. So
I just,
how do you evaluate those?
well, maybe give them some stats.
But we can come up with some descriptors of what the program is doing, what student groups it's serving, besides what staff is being funded by those dollar amounts that's listed, so that way it has a better description of who it's affecting on the staffing side and on the student side.
But also myself as a board member, I would like to see a list of the programs and what school they're being offered. You know, I mean, there's many schools, but I personally would like to see, you know, what's going on, where's GLAD at, you know, and where's IB. I think it'd be great, you know, to have that, to know when parents want to know what programs are being offered. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing. It's like, I don't even know.
And I think it was a good start because there was an info page that was added to the website, which has an attachment of a mailer that went out and went out. I think it's a good start and a holding place. But similar to Yolanda was saying, I'd love to see that populated with more in-depth explanation of the programs, defining the programs, and also where the programs are. Would be helpful for not only just us, but for the entire community.
Any other? Yeah. Okay, this may be jumping the gun, but you know, it does sound like the rearranging of the schools is better, and when that does get presented to us, I would like to see a comparison. I mean, you know, the benefits of one versus the other, and so that we can have that kind of, as far as student development and emotional, so on and so forth. So, but that's in a way.
We will definitely bring that forth because every plan has, you know, pros and cons. So we'll share that with you, and we'll share any of the concerns that's brought by the PAC class, even with it being a recommendation or not.
I just would like to share that this is a very healthy adult conversation that we all need to talk about, collaborate, partnership, not just a school district, not just the board, community, teachers, everyone that is involved here at AUSD. These are going to be some tough times. Our budget is calling for it. Just the percent, I can't remember the percentage of that Shinoline said that we're, you know, but we did lose 450 kids this last year. The year before, you know, it's close to, you know, within 3 years, 1,000 kids. We really have to take in consideration numbers. That's ADA money. So looking at the budget, now that I've gone to that workshop, you know what, seriously considering, just like when you were at home, right, you need to reduce your budget, you need to start cutting the cable bill, start cutting that extra thing. This is not gonna be easy, but we do need all of you. because it's not just gonna be one, just the board, or the board. I really would like, I really appreciate the cabinet being transparent, sharing all this information, and for us to be here speaking about this, because it affects everyone. One question that I did have, what is the ratio of employees to parents, like each group? And we're talking about the PAC Plus, right? We're speaking about PAC
Are
Plus.
you talking about facilitators or participants?
The participants.
So there were six that were there. So two classified, two certificated, and then two administrators, and then.
So there's no other departments there?
There's not like a district representative that's voting. Now, myself, Arturo, Linda, Jorge, Jen, they're there facilitating. We take the same role the board members took, which is just informational. Well, for us, it was just information to answer questions, clarify. We did not provide any opinions or have a vote. The voting staff is 6.
So we don't have any other employees from other programs, or I'm just curious because.
So can you just describe who's in the PAC Plus?
Who's in the PAC Plus?
The PAC Plus is made up of one representative, parent representative from each of our schools, 2 parents who represent our English learners, 2 that represent migrant ed parents and family, 2 that represent students with disabilities. We attempt every year to gather 2 parents, foster parents, and sometimes have success and sometimes do not. We also then have, from all of our associations, AEA has 2 representatives, CSCA has 2 representatives, and Administration and Management has 2 representatives.
And 2 board members.
This would be active, yeah.
So, and I just want to say something about that, because I think we as a district have been trying to center our work around the people that are most impacted, right? So the students and our parents. So I think that from our strategic planning process, from the PAC Plus, having that parent representation is important, right? Because that is the community, that is who we're serving, and so we need to make sure that voice is reflected in the decisions we make. So I think that I'm happy with the way it's set up, and I think that last time it worked really well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of it this time.
I think it's also really important that, when we ask questions about this, that we're just asking for clarification, and so that we're all on the same page and that we all understand, because this is not going to be an easy decision for anybody. And as we move forward, I look forward to what PAC Plus and what parents, what employees, and what everybody who is involved with PAC Plus has to say. Thank you.
And one final thought. And thank you for. So we as a board made it clear that what we are looking for is a genuine, authentic perspective and insight. So there will come a point when some of these different recommendations and options are going to come before the board, and we want to make sure that we are as informed as possible when it comes time to make those decisions. And so that's something that we've clearly communicated that we're are not wanting any type of superficial process. We want genuine, authentic perspective from all stakeholders. And so thank you, staff, Jen, Mark, everyone, for your commitment to ensuring that's what happens.
All right, so I think, any other questions for anybody? No? So thank you very much.
All right, moving on, we have item 10.3, Azusa Unified School District Strategic Plan 2019 to 2022, update number 2.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent, Cabinet, and audience. Feels like we were just here yesterday, giving you an update, but remember we are committed to updating the Board of Education on a monthly basis on our strategic objectives based on the strategic planning date that we had. So today we're going to call up a couple of our leads to highlight some of the things that have changed from the first time that we met to now. And so with that, for the first goal, I'd like to call up Dana Mitchell.
Good evening. I would like to share one example from our goal to provide innovative, relevant, and rigorous learning environments. Part of this work is to visit other districts and other schools to see some of the different innovative practices that they're doing and learn from them. So we were able to send an AUSC team to visit Health Sciences High and Middle College in San Diego. Our AUSC team participated in a capacity building learning walk in which a team of teachers and administrators visit classrooms to collect data, look for evidence of implementation of effective instructional practices for the purpose of gaining insights and next steps for their professional learning communities. There were many highlights of that visit. One in particular is that it was led by Drs. Doug Fisher and Nancy Frey, both widely known in the educational research realm. They're professors at San Diego State, and they're also deans at the Health Sciences High and Middle College. The team brought back many examples and documents of exemplary practice. One in particular is their use of a blended instructional model, whereby during an instructional period, small groups of students rotate through a variety of learning stations that include teacher-led instruction, research and laboratory stations using technology, as well as stations for independent learning. As a result, we have taken back what we've learned, we've shared it with teachers, and we have teachers now who are participating in a pilot using this instructional model, of which there are many benefits that we've discovered and also supported by research, such as the opportunity to differentiate our instruction, providing opportunities for student choice, increased student motivation and agency, and most importantly, building connections with other students as well as their teachers. And I'd like to bring up Mr. Balmerino.
So Dana, can I ask a quick question now? So I wasn't clear. So is you're piloting doing learning walks, or you're piloting the instructional?
Blended instructional strategy. Yes, and actually we're doing some learning walks. We have Azusa High School does them with parents, and we actually have one coming up. I believe it's this Friday at Azusa High School with a mathematics department with teachers.
Thank you.
So I shared my update about PAC Plus, which is the budget update. I'll leave it.
The goal of strengthening partnerships with families and community, I am very pleased to announce that the work between Maria Calderon, Mickey Carpenter, and myself continues to be strong. We have a meeting set up here for Monday to review the process that we're going to do with the Wellness Committee at our next meeting. And so that partnership continues to strengthen, continues to grow, and we're looking forward to the feedback from the Wellness Committee when we present to them.
So am I reading this? That's on the 22nd as well?
You are reading it correct, but because of the Parent Advisory Committee plus the PAC Plus meeting that we just discussed, that had to be bumped. So I believe it's December 5th. Whatever that Friday is, we had to reschedule it because of the PAC Plus meeting and the new times. And now, Dr. Kaminsky would like to give you an update.
So the fourth goal was to improve academic achievement for all students and student groups. And a number of key components. One of them was listening to the students about what helps them succeed and what makes things challenging for them. And so briefly, we talked about the listening circles before, but we held these and specifically asked the students a series of questions around what's helpful for them, what's difficult for them, and what we as a district can do better. I was very impressed with the depth of reflection and comments that the students made. I think years ago I was in a similar situation with another group of students at another high school, and at the time we were afraid that kids would just be pointing fingers, blaming other people, not taking ownership for any of their own choices and decisions. And it turned out not to be the case in another school, and also not to be the case here. Our students were very forthright, very insightful. I appreciated, in fact, as I think the compliment goes to Ed Services, many of the students talked about the value of having time to talk, reflect, discuss, collaborate with their peers around important information before settling on an answer or a direction, and how they learn from each other as well as certainly from their teacher, and appreciated both kinds of opportunities. Right now, what's happening with this information is we're trying to find ways to share it. Share it with our teachers, share it with parents, and engage more students in opportunities to continue on in the dialogue. I was pleased that each of the schools did present a very diverse group of students. We'd asked them specifically, pick students, wide range of students, different grade levels, different type of interest levels, students who are doing well academically, students who are struggling academically. So we really got a broad sense of how things were going, and I found the students to be very, very honest, forthright, and I think we have an opportunity here to grow in a new way as our districts. I'm very pleased with this. We'll be giving you a report at the December 10th meeting.
All right, great. Any questions? No? Okay, moving on, we'll go to the next item, that's consent calendar. On the consent calendar, items in the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion unless somebody wishes to pull an item. So does anybody wish to pull an item?
Yes, 11.7.
All right, great, I was gonna pull it too. Okay. All right, so pulling 11.7, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second? There's a motion by Adrian Gurr, seconded by Jerry Bibles Vogel to approve the consent calendar with the removal of item 11.7. Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 12.1, which used to be 11.7, approved contract with Blackboard Communication System Services.
So yeah, just a couple quick questions. So this is we've had some conversation about just our websites across the district, and whether it's district website or also the websites at the school sites, and talking about just the user interface and just the look and the feel. And so this contract would replace correct me if I'm wrong, this would replace what we currently have in place, and we'd extend our contract with Blackboard to be able to do that service for us. Thank you, Lika, again, for including the different examples of the different templates that are available. What I'm curious to know is what options are available to us if we get ourselves into a situation where we're finding that the user interface is indeed cumbersome, or if it's not quite meeting the needs. What are options as far as replacing that with a different service?
Marvin here, maybe you can answer this, but it's a 1-year contract, so at the end of the year, we can choose in 30 days notice to end this contract, but we have the availability at that point to switch over, and it would be an undertaking to switch service. It would probably need at least 6 months of planning to switch to another website.
So are you talking about, like, as far as the look and the layout of the website? Because right now with Schooloop, we are currently locked into the layouts we have, which is why you don't see a whole lot of change on our websites as far as where things are placed.
Yeah.
With Blackboard, we have a little bit more freedom to change our layout. So again, it is a process, because changing the layout could take up to 6 months.
Sure.
But if what we have is not working for us, then we do have freedom to move within like the 6 options, or 7, I don't remember exactly how many that were presented.
Sure.
So did we evaluate other options for the website?
Yeah, so we looked at 3. We looked at Blackboard, we looked at Edleo, we looked at Catapult. And so we chose those 3 just based off of recommendations from other school districts, and then based off of recommendations from the National School Public Relations Association.
Can you please repeat those 3 again?
Yeah, so it was Edleo, Catapult, and then Blackboard. And so Blackboard was also in the running because we currently do use them for the school district app and for parent communication, which is the all-call system that we use.
All right, any other questions? No, okay.
There's a motion and a, is there a motion and a second? No, like, does someone wanna make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Adrian Greer, seconded by Yolanda Rodriguez Peña. Any more discussion? Seeing none, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 13.1, approve agreement with Creative Sports Incorporated.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Gabriela Arellana, seconded by Adrian Greer. Any discussion? Seeing none, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 13.2, ratify, is this a ratification or is this approval? This is a ratification of the grant program services agreement between Azusa Unified School District and Think Together Incorporated.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I just have a question. So why is this a ratification when we knew that we knew quite long ago we were gonna put this in place?
We have a series of 5 different contracts with Think Together, and the confusion was whether this was a new contract, which it is, or just going to be approved. So that was my error, that I thought it was a contract that was just being approved, not a new contract from Think Together.
Okay, thank you. Did we already make a motion?
Motion.
Okay. Any more discussion? Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have 13.3, approve memorandum of understanding with Goodwill of Southern California. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve 13.3.
I'll second.
Motion by Yolanda Rodriguez Peña, seconded by Jerry Bibles Vogel. Any discussion? Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 13.4, approve agreement with the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health.
I have a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Gabriela Arellana, seconded by Adrian Greer. Any discussion? No? Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 13.5, ratify memorandum of understanding partnership agreement for the services provided by Security Education Institute.
I make a motion on 13.5.
Second.
Okay, there's a bit of motion by Yolanda Rodriguez Peña, seconded by Adrian Greer. Any more discussion? No, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 13.6, ratify change order number 2 for Paramount Utility underground utility upgrade.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jerry Bibles Vogel, seconded by Adrian Greer. Any discussion?
I would like an explanation on that, please, Dr. Kaminsky.
Certainly. So this is the project over at Paramount, the underground utilities project that was took up most of the summer. And let me just turn to the page there. There's information in the agenda item that shows, let me just find the page here. Kathy, can you put up the attachments, please?
Well, you can just see them on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Pardon me?
Do you want me to read them?
I'm just looking at the
Do you have
page.
specific questions about this?
Oh, I just want a clarification on
So,
that.
Mark, can you clarify this, please?
Sure, so this was to add additional scope, mostly, from the city of Azusa that required us to excavate additional areas and to add in some pavement in front of the parking lot for a sidewalk.
So this was information that was not given to us, the request from the city was new information that they requested after the project had already been bid. And so there's, when you're interfacing with sidewalks, there's always some work that has to be done, and they asked us to do more than what was strictly required. And we agreed to do that.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Place your votes, please.
There we go.
Moving on to item 13.7, ratify change order number 3, Paramount Underground Utility Upgrade.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion by Adrian Greer, seconded by Gabriela Arianes. Any discussion? Did you want to vote this one, Yolanda, too? Different change order?
So this is what's called a deductive change order. It means that the cost came in less than was allowed. There's an allowance on each of the bids for exceptional things that happened that we need to address, and we didn't spend the whole allowance. So this is
like they use less material?
Well, whatever it was, but it costs less than we expected. So this is money that, in a sense, we're not spending.
I just do have one comment, and it actually relates to several items on this agenda. I have noticed an increased number of ratifications coming to the board, and I know, Linda, we've made a commitment not to avoid ratifications as much as possible, and for the most part, we've been really good about it, but I'm just gonna say I've noticed an increase this school year, so I would like us to think about this so that we can avoid them in the future.
I'll be sure and let this.
I'm looking at, these are from September, so.
These, in particular, where you're going to see these kinds of ratifications in our construction project is because as we're building things and something happens, if they find a leak or something that they have to take care of right then and there, the decision has to be made. And the board previously had authorized me to make those decisions and to authorize that work happen and then be able to bring it back to you as the project neared completion in order to expedite the project. But in terms of the other ratifications, I'll certainly communicate that with staff.
All right. Moving on, we have item 13.8, reject all bids for Azusa High School field upgrades. Is there a motion? Oh, we didn't vote yet on the, sorry. Place your votes, please, on item 13.7. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, item 13.8, reject all bids for Azusa High School field upgrades.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jerry Berbels-Lowell, seconded by Gabriela Arianes. Any discussion?
I'd like an explanation on that, please.
The district, when they put out a request for a proposal, bid for proposals for different projects, includes in the document the option that if for whatever reason unstated that the board receives bids and the district determines that there's something that doesn't meet our needs, we can reject those bids and go out again for a bid. And so that's what we're doing here. And the good news too that to share with you is that we just got this week the report that both of the projects at Azusa High School and Gladstone High School have exited DSA, Department of State Architects. So that's really good. So we'll be able to
So would we know what needs they did not complete or what they did not do?
They didn't actually even get a chance to do any of the work so far. The bids. We're just saying we're gonna advertise again and get new bids in.
So
We've done this before. For example, there was a situation once where we thought the bids came in way too high over what we had estimated the cost to be. And so in order to try to get a more favorable cost, this was on another project, we rejected, the board approved, we rejected all bids and we bid the project again and did get some better offers.
So moving forward with this, with both, the RFQs for the field updates for both high schools, the board will be receiving those RFQs for us to review, to be able to, is that what you're saying?
No, those are legal documents that are put together by our legal team and the architects. And Maria Elena is here if you want to explain that a little bit more. It's a standard
The bid process.
bid process that we follow.
Good evening. Yes, we go through what is called a public bid. It's a little bit different than an RFQ and an RFP. It's a lot more formal, it's advertised, and we give them a time to review the documents. They have to attend a mandatory job walk. And there's a very set deadline when those bids need to be submitted to the district. They are in a sealed envelope, and we open bids in public, in an open meeting. Anybody can be there. The reason why we do that is because public contract code requires that the process is completely transparent.
Is this meeting announced to the public? Can parents, can constituents come and can they?
No, anybody can be there because it's not advertised as a public meeting, but normally contractors are the ones that attend, the ones that submitted their bid. But if somebody was there and wanted to witness the process, they are absolutely welcome. We open it with a group of people. You know, we normally never have one person opening bid, so there's no doubt that the documents are handled very correctly. We put them on the table, and if somebody wants to review them, they come to the table, they can review them, they can get a copy of them later.
What is it advertised, like in the newspaper?
In the newspaper, yes. As a matter of fact, if I can refer you to the attachment for your item 13.10, that has a bid tabulation. All of the projects that you're presented for consideration for award have that form. And in that bid tabulation, we give you, I guess, the summary of the names of the contractors. At the bottom of the page, it has the date when it was advertised, where it was advertised, when we opened bids. So we tried to put everything in a page that you need to know that was to demonstrate that it was done legally correctly.
I would like to get those dates.
When we open bids?
Yes.
When it's advertised, we'll have a date. Sometimes kind of last minute it has to be extended, but we'll be happy to.
Yeah, but the district knows,
Oh, yes.
So Gabby, you should, Linda's the one that can let you know. So
What we can do is, when we have one coming, we'll include it in the board update so you know. And then you're welcome to attend.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 13.9, reject all bids for Gladstone High School field upgrades. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve 13.9.
I'll second.
Motion by Yolanda Rodriguez Pena, seconded by Jerry Rebels Logo. Any discussion? Place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 13.10, award of bid number 191161, parking lot upgrades at Gladstone Elementary School campus, now Sierra High School dash adult education.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, place your votes, please. Motion passes 5-0.
I have a question just real quick. So is that part of our measure as well?
What is that parking lot?
Yeah.
Measure K? Yeah, you just voted on it.
No, I know I just voted on it. I'm just saying, is she the one that is going to go ahead and, is she the appointed with it that's gonna go ahead and get that going? Is she the consultant that if we have any questions further? I know I just voted on it and I approved it and I'm okay with that, but if I had any more questions, she would be the one that I would go, who would I go to?
You actually could,
Mark or Linda?
either Mark or I, Gabby.
Yeah.
Either Mark or I, you'd ask the questions to. And then we'll, it depends on what the question is. It might be, we talk to the architect, it might be we talk to our own facilities people in the
district who deal with that, so we'd be happy to help out.
And Chanelline, I'm just asking for clarification, so because I'm learning all this and this is all new, so I thank you.
Right, yeah, so the process for the board is if you have any questions about anything, it should go to the superintendent. I think that's the default for us as a board. That generally is the default.
During the meeting, I asked the person who is presenting.
Right.
Is that how?
Yeah, so Linda asked her to come up and she's answering the questions for us. But generally, if we have questions.
So if I ask her the question, then then she can answer, I don't have to ask Linda. I'm just saying, like, right now it just happened.
Yes.
I just want clarification.
In a meeting.
I asked her a question and then.
Right, well, because you asked a process question, and so she's not the one communicating with the board, so that's why it would be Linda letting you know when things would happen.
I see. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we voted, motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we have item 13.11, facility usage options for surplus property.
So I'd like to invite a couple gentlemen up with me. This is Michael Bishop first. Michael Bishop is my mentor from the CASH program, but this gentleman is
Cash as in money?
Coalition for Adequate School Housing. So, acronym CASH. So, CASH is an organization in California that looks to support school districts, public agencies, in making sure that they're advocating for facilities in our districts and in our K-14 arenas. So they advocate across the state for additional dollars. They help pass Prop 51. So that is what CASH is behind. And more about Michael. Michael is a Hall of Fame CBO. He has served in many districts across the state, in large districts and challenging districts like Inglewood, and really mentoring the next generation of CBOs. And so it's an honor that he is in this room tonight to kind of join me in helping to explain this very complicated process of what school districts are to do when they have surplus property. What are our options? What are our next steps? Currently, he works in a few different arenas. So he is a mentor for CASH. He's a mentor for the FICMAT program, which is another program that I went through. Unfortunately, I didn't have him a mentor there. But he also does the USC program. He's on the board, the COC board committee for Long Beach Unified's bond. So he's a very knowledgeable man in the world of facilities. He is a resident expert that is constantly asked for his opinion on how to address facility concerns in school districts. His day job is working for ASCIP on their OSIP program, which is an insurance program to support work comp for school districts. Big overview of the OSIP program. But in the facilities world, so he lives in the facilities realm more than ever right now. So I thought it would be a good person to bring. If there's questions, help us walk through some of the questions that you guys might have about our options as a school district with 2 properties that are right now surplused. Next is Sam Manukian. He is a realtor that is really the expert in California on what school districts should do with surplus property. He's worked on many deals in surrounding districts. Closest, Covina, he's in the middle of a process of dealing with surplus property there. He's worked in Glendale Unified, Pasadena Unified, and a myriad of other districts. So his focus is really on big corporate real estate. We went through an RFQ process. We received 2 proposals, and his proposal was selected as the one with the most qualifications by the committee. And we had 2 very good proposals. His experience really was what separated him. So I wanted tonight to have the 3 of us present to you, with the 2 experts here, our options as a district that we should consider as we're working through what to do with surplus property, and to kind of lay the ground next step as to what we should do, our first decision to address our surplus property. So with that, we need to look at who are we listening to when it comes to addressing our questions. And we have a network of support that Cabinet, the board, and ultimately ask for advice on, which is going to be our district legal counsel. We will want to select somebody that is an expert in real estate to advise us to make sure that we're getting the best value for our property. And value can be determined in any way. Community value, actual value, so whatever that is that the board wants. A realtor. We need to have somebody that is an expert in dealing with property transactions, and knows all the options that we have and can support us through that process in selecting what the district or what the board wants for next steps. And then we have kind of larger network groups. We have the Cash Network that I described earlier, which they have facility experts that we can ask. We're getting the up-to-date news. We're not the only district with surplus property. It is a kind of phenomenon that's new in the last 5 years, that there's lots of surplus property on school districts. So there's a lot of ideas that are happening and a lot of new things. So being connected to the network really helps us to have the best options for the district. And then the big CASBO network, which is the CBO organization that supports business officials like myself to make sure that we have the best of all kind of those avenues, real estate, legal, and facility expertise. So with that, wanted to start going through what our really 5 big category options. There's nuance level variations of each one of these 5 that we will have to consider, but we would have to live in the first selection of which one of these we wanted to do eventually, right? So we could say we want to do number 5 and then pick out a detailed option within it. Those options are to sell the property using the 7-Eleven surplus steps. We'll go through what that looks like. We can lease the property. We can exchange the property. We can take that property and redevelop it for a different purpose. Or we could just hold on to the property and leave it surplus. Those are really our 5 big buckets that we can choose from. And we're gonna give you an introduction to what districts in general would have to do to go through these 5 options. With that, I'll hand it over to Michael.
Good evening, board. Still evening, getting late. Well, this is kind of a surplus property 101. You're having to deal with what many districts statewide are dealing with, which is declining enrollment. In addition to that, many districts are suffering budgetary stresses. So you have surplus property. It's probably not the best result that you would like to deal with, but within that process, you have options. And tonight, we'd like to cover what those options are. Mark mentioned 5 options, and we'll get into details for each of the 5 options, identifying what they are, identifying what the somewhat pros and cons of each process is. Within the 5 processes, some are much more restrictive and really reduce the options you have, and ultimately reduce the financial gain that you will get out of that particular decision. That happens to be the first 2. And I'll cover the first 2, and Sam will cover the latter 3. So, selling the property. It sounds like a very simple process. You've got excess property, much as if you were an individual that had excess land. You identify lack of a need, and you want to put it on the market to see what that property is worth. That is one of the processes that will be governed by what we call the 711 process, which is a very proscriptive process that involves many, many steps. You've gone through that process. But within that process, you have limitations on ultimately what the disposition of that property might be. The processes, as identified in the slide, ultimately is to determine the value of the property. Going through the 711 process on a sale or a longer-term lease, you run into a recent change in state law that requires the property to be put to in its surplus use for affordable housing. That will have a result of reducing the narrow of the field of interested parties and ultimately the value of that property. So that's what you're going to face when you consider the option of selling the property outright and or leasing the property for an extended period of time.
And is that AB 1486?
That is correct. Mm-hmm. Okay. In addition, the Naylor Act, which requires the property to be offered to public entities that might be of interest in that particular property. So those are really the 2 restrictive areas to consider when you decide within the 5 options, especially if it's going to be an option where you're going to ultimately dispose of the property. The last option is easy if you decide to hold on to it. Not anything to be done in that case. But the 4 options that require a transaction, the first 2, sale and lease, really restricted. The latter 2 gives you a lot more flexibility. So if we can go to the next slide. This is the lease, where you're going to determine what the market value, not for a sale, but market value for either rent and or lease. The items involved, obviously, once you determine market value, is negotiating with the parties that might be of interest. Again, subject to the same recent state law change related to affordable housing requirements, and of course the Naylor Act, which requires you to offer that property to use by public entities. So those, in a very, very small nutshell, are the two options that I would say are the conventional options. A lot of districts use them, but there are other options out there, and we'll cover those in just a few seconds. And you need to know what those options are and develop a process to identify what it is you're looking out of the transaction. What are you looking for the property to do for you? Are you looking for one-time income? Are you looking for continuing income? Are you looking for other forms of income related to real estate transactions? That's ultimately what the district should consider as you determine what to do with these assets. School districts aren't in the business of really developing real estate. We're not a real estate entity. We're not developers. These decisions are often made not in the best of times and circumstances. They tend to be stressful times and circumstances, which might be the case for your district and certainly the case for other school districts. So it puts it casts a different spell over what should be one of your better opportunities. School districts don't really have the opportunity to generate income. Okay, so this is one of those opportunities where the district can generate income. So my advice, you gotta identify what your goals are. Short-term, long-term, what are you trying to accomplish? What needs of the district are you trying to satisfy? Is it one time? Is it recurring? Is it long-term? Is it short-term? Because as you go through that decision-making process, understanding what it is you're trying to accomplish, for the most part, will guide you in the direction of which of these 5 options might be the best for your particular district. So we can move on to the next option.
Good evening. My name is Sam Manukian. I'm the director of the commercial division for RE/MAX. Unfortunately, the education code puts restrictions on, basically ties your hands behind your back and sends you to battle. I mean, the provisions of between the Naylor Act and all the requirements that they have really put limitations on what you can do. One of the options that I will be covering, again, we're here to try to provide the information, and once you have determined the direction that you want to go, we can help you in any one of these processes. One of the options that lately has been used a lot is the provision in the education code that covers exchanging of properties. When you sell or lease long-term, you're restricted, and Michael just covered all those provisions. When you exchange, none of that comes into play. You're allowed to exchange your property with any other property you identify. It can be an income-producing property, and one of the nice things about that, the income that is produced from that property is not restricted. Under the Naylor Act, if you sell or lease, you have to use those funds for facilities. But I'll give you an example. Some of the districts that worked with, we've taken excess property and exchanged it with a Home Depot site, for example, that generates $1.5 million a year net income for the remainder, for the next 25 years. And the district takes those funds and can use it however they want. So that is one of the options that Pasadena Unified, South Pasadena Unified, Glendale Unified, Covina Unified are all in the middle of doing. The process, as far as the exchange, the way it works, we identify the highest and best value for this property for the market. We issue an RFP where we ask for proposals for general public. Anyone can submit a proposal. We go through the process just very similar to how you handle your other RFPs. It's the bids are evaluated, and we come back to you and with a report that says what each proposal has generated. From there, once that goes into effect, we finalize the agreements, again, with your legal counsel, and we go through the process of your typical escrow. It usually is a much longer period because we also need to identify the property that you ultimately would want to exchange with, and we have the entity purchase that and do the swap. I think we can go to the next slide. Redevelopment. I think Michael also covered some of that in the sense of just like any other developer, you can decide to develop a site. However, you're not a developer. What I mean by that is the challenges that you have to deal with, it is horrendous, in my opinion. But that is an option if you decide you want to take one of your sites and redevelop it into a shopping mall, you can do so, provided that you go through the entitlement process and it could be beneficial financially. But those are all that's why you guys get to decide on all those different options. And the last option the last option is basically for you to hold on to the property for different uses within the district, which is very simple. You do nothing with the site. Those are basically all the 5 options that were covered at the beginning of the presentation. And if
I just wanted to add one thing on the redevelopment of the property. So it would be possible for us to take a property and build something on that property. We could build homes, a shopping center, whatever it is. One of the challenges with that is we would have to build it using our building code, which is at a different level than what we would build or what we could have somebody else build, right? So it would be a district property, it would be built under a division of the state architect and have same project labor laws applied as opposed to an exchange where we would be able to have maybe the same exact concept. We would be exchanging for something that was already built. The timeline is right now. The board needs to review these options, consider these options. We need to select a state expert, such as a realtor, which is the next agenda item. We need to research what legal we would want to select through our general counsel. We need to, after those are selected, we can really start gathering data. So our legal counsel, realtor would start gathering data on what properties are worth in each one of these categories, what values we could assess as far as community value, dollar value, exchange value, different levels of one-time and ongoing revenue for the district that could be gained through the process. After that data was gathered, of course, we would present that to the board so we could share all of the options and what data would be in support of each one of those, and have you guys evaluate and select a direction for the district. So we are really at the very, very beginning of this process, in which we're just selecting who is going to be gathering data and who is going to help guide us in evaluating and making that data connect with our options, and then at the next step, advising us on, for legal and for the real estate experts, advising us on agreements or potential deals that we could enter with whichever option that you guys are selecting.
Okay, questions?
Yeah. Can you briefly just describe, because we were talking about RFPs and RFQs, can you briefly describe the differences between the two?
Sure. So a request for a proposal is looking for a more defined address of a request for the district. So filling in a very precise need. RFQ is looking for basically a more broad scope, saying, here's our general problem, and put together some solutions for us. That's generally the difference between the two. That way, you're looking for something very specific, like you know what exactly you want. Like if you were doing an RFP to do a network at a school, it's very spelled out. I want this many devices, I want this many connections, this is where the wires run, you have a diagram, you give it to somebody, they win it, and they would do exactly what is in the RFP. RFQ, which this was, we flew it because we didn't have very detailed knowledge of what our options are, and that's why we're looking for some input. And so the ideas that were presented in Sam's proposal, we felt would help the district best in selecting an option and then supporting the district in implementing those selections.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, so looking at Mr. Bishop, Mr. Manukian, yes, at the qualifications, I mean, I'm quite impressed by everything that's listed there. Like I said, very, very impressive. I think that I still have some concern about the process, and about the process that we're going about in regards to this. As we discussed earlier in the meeting, talking about the potential of school reorganization, there is not only the school sites that we currently have designated as surplus before us now. There's also the potential of additional school sites that are surplus in the future, and so this is a pretty big item for us to look at and for us to consider. One of the things that you made mention of, Mr. Bishop, is that oftentimes when a district comes to this point, there are stressful times, and sometimes there can be a feeling that a decision needs to be made and among not the ideal environment and among the ideal climate. And even though that is the case, I believe that onus is on us as a board to still ensure that we are appropriately, adequately going through, doing our due diligence to make sure that we're going through the process and making sure that we understand thoroughly the process and the options that are before us. And so when this came to us last time around, I was equally as impressed by the qualifications that I saw, and my concern is not the person that is before us, but instead the process that we're going about to arrive there. Out of an abundance of caution, there are things that give me pause. For example, the fact that we're looking for someone to serve as a consultant as well as serve as a real estate agent. Therefore, whatever direction is given to us as a board, those recommendations will be received by somebody who their compensation is directly tied to which of those options that we choose. And my concern is that, that, for example, we may be unnecessarily putting ourselves in a position of risk that I'm not sure, one, is needed, and two, that there was a discussion for us to give clarity or direction on which of those we would prefer. And so, yeah, I still have concerns. I think that we need to, kind of go to the drawing board first. So, for example, this is one option that's before us, but there are other options. So even the simple option of having a separate consultant versus a real estate agent, someone who can consult us on those options, who their recommendation is not tied to what we do. Oftentimes, it's not always the case, but oftentimes recommendations come to any board, and oftentimes those recommendations are received and taken. And so with that being said, it's on us to be very careful, cautious, and critical about who we are putting in front of us to make some of those recommendations. And out of an abundance of caution, I'm not sure that this is the most clear and as clear and as transparent as it could be. Even last time around, looking at some of the dates that were presented on the contract versus when the RFQ went out, that gives some reason for pause and concern. Looking at just the different processes the ways that this process came about. I think that we as a board need to more fully understand what are different scenarios that we can arrive at at the ultimate goal of making sure that we are leveraging these assets in the way that is most advantageous for the district. And I'm very uncomfortable with the process. It almost feels like the process started out flawed, and we're trying to fix it. We're trying to now kind of go back and adjust to fix the process. Whereas my sense and my feeling is we may need to, though there's a need to act on this now, we need to, again, not allow the stress and the reality of the situation because we're making consequential decisions. I think that we need to ensure that we're taking our time to maximize the assets. So I think that there's a need to really go back to the drawing board and explore all of not only the options that you laid before us, but the ways to get there.
Given Mr. Greer's concern, Mr. Bishop, could you help address some of the things that could help clarify the situation and suggest ideas for us in terms of how to move forward? And maybe share some of your experiences, what other districts have done in similar situations.
The things to consider and perhaps how to go about doing it is, are we talking long-term or short-term? Are we talking disposition? Are we talking asset management in a way that you can retain the asset? But where you are now is, as I would describe it, a process that was done to begin a process, not a process done to conclude a process. Because one thing you're going to have to sort through is, of the available options, what will the market bear? And who might best be the advisor to determine what the market will bear? Typically, that's going to be some form of real estate professional at some point in time. The determination of which of the options, that's going to be done probably not by the real estate professional. That's going to be done by district staff in terms of which of the available options you want to narrow the field. There's 5 available options. The first 2, as I indicated, were the most restrictive. You probably want to stay away from those. On the exchange, gives you an opportunity to manage a process where you might be able to achieve the financial goal that you're attempting to achieve, if you understand what that is, and also get value from the exchange party who may be using the asset that you once owned. There may be an opportunity to gain on both sides of that transaction is really what I'm saying. Those are all analyses that are going to be done, some with legal, with your CBO, with some consulting assistance from someone who understands the market condition on exchanges, the market condition on sales, and those of leases. That's going to be some form of real estate professional. So if there's concern about and having sat in Mark's seat, I hear it loud and clear that you often get clouded by the advice you're given. And you're always concerned, governing boards are always concerned about who's benefiting from the advice given. That's a point you mentioned. I hear it loud and clear. There are ways in crafting contracts that limit your exposure and might give you more comfort around the advice you're getting. That your legal counsel can work with superintendent and Mark and whatever consulting professional you're interested in working with in structuring a financial arrangement that is mindful of the district's concerns and creates a win-win situation as it relates to the services the district receives, and the compensation to the professional providing that advice.
And no, that's helpful, and that makes a lot of sense. And I think even some of what you said even helps to illustrate some of my point about the process. Everything that you just described, just the complexities of this process, this conversation, and the insight and the information that we received tonight is invaluable for us to possess. My concern is that this item was brought for us at the last meeting, and now and so it seemed a little cart before the horse, and so now we're getting some of this information. I think that there is still more information to gather, but even more than that, we're getting this information, and then the very next item is voting on the contract. There isn't time to process. There isn't time to chew on and to explore and for me personally as an individual that needs to make a vote, to make sure that I have in-depth understanding and that there's clear direction that we as a governing board would want to go. And so I hear you, and I still hold that concern. It feels a bit under the gun to have these options before us and hear this information and then move on to the 13.12 and now vote for the very thing that we're just receiving information about just 30 minutes ago. So that it makes me uncomfortable, and I want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence, I believe, before we're ready to take that step.
Just want to add a couple more things, which is exam would be one piece of data that would be brought to share with the board as far as figures and about the property, about the values. We would have a multitude of other factors. For example, having Michael as my mentor, Akash, and I will be checking every step of the way with our experts as to the data that we're receiving, validating that data. I am not concerned about that issue or that invalid data or biased data. Second, if at any point cabinet or the board is uncomfortable before we get into a transaction with an exchange, sale, lease, development, then that agreement hasn't really started, and at that point we would provide notice to Sam that
yeah. Just as a clarification. First of all, I'm sorry, I didn't even know the contract this. We were just asked to come and give a presentation.
Sure.
So I apologize.
I understand.
And I hear your concerns, but one of the things that I also want to cover is in this process, there are going to be appraisers, there are going to be your attorneys are all involved. Providing, our job is just to provide the market data for you guys to evaluate in your process of deciding what you want to do. Our contract, whatever you decide to do, honestly, for us, makes no difference. If we can help you guys in any way, by all means. And the contract has a provision that we added in there that you guys can cancel at any time. And it's not, you're not paying for it if the transaction happens. But I understand what you're saying, that the idea of getting advice from potential realtor that might make, I get it, I completely understand. In all the districts, this is the first time, honestly, that our integrity was questioned in any way, but we haven't even started this process. Our intention is to try to provide you data and for you guys to make the decision. This is such a long process. This is a 3, 4, 5-year process.
Sure, and just to clarify, just about on the integrity piece, I see your qualifications again. I'm very impressed by what I see, very much so. What it comes down to is, again, an abundance of caution. And so the seat that I have in, where I click a button and there are consequential impacts for the button that I click, I'm asking for a greater level of understanding, again, in-depth understanding of process and options before I'm ready. So again, I apologize if that communicates anything to you personally, but as a representative of my community, there's some due diligence that I need to ensure happens.
I fully understand and respect that.
Janelle, is this when I ask questions, or do I wait until after the motion? Until after the motion?
No, we can ask questions.
No, okay. Or make comments, when do we make comments?
This is an info item.
This is just.
Okay, so we're making sure. Okay, so I'm just a little taken back. Learning about how the contract was presented, I caught a few things that were just, one of them being that the date was August 2019, but yet when it was presented to us, you guys had stated that it was in October when you guys spoke to them. So that was one thing that I had to go back and see. The second thing is, I know that in your, the PowerPoint, who presented the PowerPoint? I'm sorry, whose PowerPoint is this?
3 of us.
Oh, the 3, okay. So I know in the PowerPoint, it states, and let me just go back to that, the timeline, and it says, review the potential options for the board, select the surplus property experts. I really feel that we're really not selecting you. You were selected for us. I'm kind of getting that feeling. We really didn't get a chance to kind of explore other options. And so, again, your credentials are, I see what you've done. Same for you. I'm sure you're highly recommended. But for me, I honestly, and it has nothing to do with you, so please do not take this personal. You just said that this is the first time that you get questioned. This is not about you, this is about our community.
So can I explain a little bit?
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. This is about our community. I'm sorry.
I'm not here to hurt the community.
Right. But you just said, this is the first time my integrity gets, and so I just want to make that clear that it's we can't put feelings into this, and we need to make sure that we as a board select the process, from the beginning, that it is flawless, because this is going to affect generations here in Azusa. And one thing about Azusa, if you guys know, we are built on generations here. And you know what? My future grandkids are gonna reap the repercussions of whatever we do. So I don't take this very lightly. And so, you're right. The process that was, from beginning to end, and the process to begin, this is it, I understand. We need to go ahead and review the potential long-term, short-term, the asset management. I would have really liked this presentation from the get-go myself. I feel that it is my responsibility to select a firm, someone who is going to, an expert that, that is going to be able to carry us through this process, because again, we're talking about, closing schools again, we're talking about reduction. So this is not something that we're going to just, two properties. No, we're looking on it for the long run, and I feel that I would like to go ahead and recommend that we open up an RFQ and that we have other individuals also bid for this, and for us to be able to select. That way we as a board can make the concise decision, be able to, and I invite you again, when the bidding process for the RFQ, for you to please resubmit, so that way we can compare prices, we can compare credentials, we can compare different things, so that way I feel okay with how I am voting, beginning this process and being able to start the process, and whether we sell, whether we lease, whether, I just want to feel okay from the beginning, and I don't feel okay right now. I'm not okay. So with that being said, again, please don't take this personal. I'm inviting you, as I'm recommending right now, I would, love for you to resubmit, but I would also like to see some other choices.
Can I explain the process that we went through already? So,
and Mark, I'm gonna back up for a minute, because first of all, I want to thank you, Mark, and Mr. Bishop, Mr. Mnuchin, for coming and talking with us, because you're here because your recommendation for all of you, your expertise and your reputation precede you. I actually have had the opportunity. I worked in Glendale, I worked in Pasadena. I've known superintendents from all those districts, including South Pass, Covina Valley, and I've heard of the quality of your work, and I really appreciate it. And Mr. Bishop, I know by your credentials, and what the board members are saying is true. You both come with excellent recommendations. When the board, just a reminder, when we started, now 2 years ago, thinking about needing to close some schools and thinking about doing the surplus property committee, we were, as a board, unaware of the other options that could do besides just following the regular lease or sale process through the 7-Eleven committee. And so it's very eye-opening to hear about what other districts have been able to do, because it broadens what our district has for choices. And I don't know what they'll end up doing, but at least they have much more to consider. And I thank you for sharing that information with us, because without that we wouldn't have known, so thank you very much. The other thing is, in our district, we rely on two really important sources of information when we bring consultants to the board. We really do a lot of background checks and references and things like that. We're very, very cautious, overly cautious of that. We do that when we're hiring, we do that when we bring forward names, and we do it in the RFQ process too. We've hired all of our architects that way, our facilities consultant, our inspectors, every aspect of the person you mentioned. There's a lot of people in the real estate business too. And we've always done that process, the standard RFQ process, where we develop a request for qualifications, and like they explained, this is when you want a big picture. You don't have just one project you want them to do, but you want them to tell you why are they the best people, the best firm the most experienced firm, the firm with the greatest outcomes to do this job for you. And various firms, we have to publicly advertise that, make that available to people, and whoever wants to submit a bid or proposal does. We can't force people to submit a proposal, like, we don't go up to people and say, hey, Joe, why don't you submit a proposal? They make the choice to do that. And our experience so far in the construction projects that we've done, for example, is sort of an analogy, is sometimes we've had 2 bidders and sometimes we've had 8 bidders, and we never know. And typically in the construction, it's been very random. But we take whatever we get and we evaluate it, and we use criteria that we're looking for in terms of their quality, their reputation, their references, their experience, the breadth of their experience. And we also look at, typically, have they had legal claims filed against them? And a panel evaluates those proposals that are sent to us. And if you recall, I think it was in September, the board asked us, and maybe I'm wrong on the dates, but at one point in closed session, we talked about what we were going to do, and the consensus of the board at that closed session meeting was they wanted us to go through the regular RFQ process. And thank you, Mark, for doing that. I appreciate that because, it's a fair amount of work, but we did it.
Let me ask you something real quick. You're saying that he opened up the RFQ, but I only see one firm here.
You're right, so I'll finish the process. So people submit their proposals, and then the district puts together a committee to review those proposals and choose, just like you were going to hire people, if 2 people or 3 people applied for a job, you're going to look at their resume, you're going to look at their letters of reference, you're going to interview them, and you're going to make a selection. And the staff does that work for the board and brings the name forward. That's how every single person here has gotten hired. Yes, we included actually not a superintendent, but another CBO, another chief business official from another. And the reason for that, and we've done that occasionally as a way to really ensure when we've got a question that's has long-term consequences, and we want to be really sure we are picking the right firm, or sometimes in hiring the right individual, we'll invite somebody with great expertise from another district to be part of that panel that helps us going through that process. So we get the bids, we look at them. In this case, we brought in another CBO to help with the process so that it wasn't just Mark alone making the decision and me. I actually wasn't in it at all. But bring in outside people so there's an outside perspective. And go through that process, evaluate every proposal that comes in, and then bring to the board the one that was selected as the best proposal. And that's what we did. That's what we did. We did all that work. We did all that connecting with people to do that. And so that is the standard process that is used in districts throughout the state. It is used throughout all the different, all our construction projects. We use the same process. And that's what we did with you. And we did it specifically because you asked us to. And it's a good process.
Linda, I'm going to have to ask this, and I understand what you're saying, and I really just want to express again that I am recommending that the board be part of this RFQ process. We were not part of it. I understand that you're saying that's why we just have one. However, I don't want to take this lightly. This will haunt me for the rest of my life if I don't do it right, and I'm not okay with the way that this happened. So if I'm not comfortable, then I cannot move forward with this. And I understand what you're saying, but moving forward, I am recommending that the board be part of this RFQ process.
And I hear that, but I want to go back to
right.
CSBA stuff that we've heard over and over and over again. The board sets the direction. The board sets the policy. The board approves the budget. The board hires a superintendent. Once the policy and the direction is set, for example, we've got a direction. We've closed some schools. We have vacant properties. That was something that the board made the decision to do. That's very, very important work. The board's next big decision will be, on that topic, will be, well, what are we going to do with it? What the district's responsibility is to find the people who can help you make those decisions and to bring it to you to say yes or no, we want to move ahead with it. And what you're asking for is to and I think that the confusion here is your role still is to make the final decision when it comes to the board. That's when you guys all vote for it, and that's why it's done in public. But it's the staff's role to bring it to you, to say they have vetted these people, they've gone through the process, they've done this, and that's the work. We do the same thing with hiring people, we do the same thing with all the construction projects that come forward. It's the same general process over and over again. That's how school districts are set up to run. You're still gonna make the decision, and you, for example, on the item, you're gonna decide to vote yay or nay, but the work has been done to put it here for you so that you can make that decision however you choose to vote.
Linda, I just wanna make one thing clear. I'm not confused. I'm not understanding. No, I'm just not okay with it. That's it. And I have to say this because I hear you and I'm listening, and what you're saying is that I'm confused in my role right now. And I'm going to tell you one thing. When that lady at Lake pointed to me and said, "Every decision falls on you," it was like a bucket of cold water. And I think it's, again, I am giving direction to the board right now for this to be, for us to move forward. Yes, if we did ask for it, okay, we do need to do this. I understand that. But I think the process and how we approach this needs to be proactive, and I need to be, I'm speaking for me, I need to be okay with it. If I'm not okay with it, I'm not moving forward with this. And the process, let's just say, you know what, again, I'm inviting this firm to come back, and please do, but I'm also asking to, the recommendation of the board to be part of this RFQ. And
so I just want to, so I think what I'm hearing is two requests of the board. One is that there's a second RFQ process. That's what I'm hearing you say.
When we have an open RFQ process, then what we're doing, we're opening up for other firms to be able to.
So I just want to clarify, because they've already gone through the RFQ process once. So I want to understand, you are asking the board to say we want to go back and do a second RFQ. Is that what you're asking? And then the second part of that is you want the board to participate in the RFQ process.
Yes, ma'am. That is what I'm saying.
All right. So those are two things on the table right now. Right. So I would just turn.
I ask a clarifying question. I understand what having a second RFQ means, but I don't know what you're thinking being part of the RFQ. Do you mean writing the RFQ? Do you mean reading the proposals that come in? Do you mean interviewing people? Do you mean voting on it?
In the interview process of being able to select that one individual, that one firm that is going to take this RFQ and will provide us eventually with the RFPs that will begin the process to be able to either lease, or sell whatever we decide, because we have not discussed about, what we're going to do. But yes, Linda, that is exactly what I'm asking. I believe that it would be in our best interest for the board to be part of it. And yes, I am asking to restart the RFP.
Well, I personally, did you see something?
No, I was.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with our cabinet, going to the due diligence to the process. They're looking at the RFQ. They're bringing us what their background is. I mean, if I'm going to sit in the RFQ, then I'm micromanaging, and I'm not a micromanager. I don't want to get. I'm not there to interview people for jobs, because that is their job. That's why we have an HR department or a business CBO. They're specialists at it. That's me. I'm fine with it, because they're doing their job and they're bringing it to us, and then we're making the decision.
One of the things that I am going to say, trying to learn a process, trying to learn how everything works and how myself, and I'm going to speak for me because I'm not speaking for others, trying to ask questions for documents, trying to be a process of how we can sit here and be the district that we need to be, because we are not there yet. For our community to trust us, guess what? Yes, it's not called micromanaging. What I was told is called learning and knowing the process of how everything starts from the beginning to the end. Because again,
My kids being fourth generation Azusa's, this is going to affect their kids. And again, I'm gonna say, I understand what you're saying, but I am going to request. I am requesting, as of this moment, right now, that we do this. And
So in the interest of time, I think you've put your two proposals forward, so I'm just gonna put it, so we've heard from Yolanda about, do we feel like we need to have board representation on this type of RFQ process when it comes to real estate agent? Jerry, what were you gonna say?
Well, what I was gonna say is, as I am listening, I understand, I'm a person who sits and listens and listens and listens and listens, and then I take a day or two to process. So I take in the information, and then as the days go by, I can slowly process it till I'm comfortable, and I understand exactly where my two colleagues are. As far as they're learning so much already in the last year, and to throw, the presentation was awesome, and I'm really happy with that, but to give them and us a little time to digest it and talk some more about it, and then that way they would be more comfortable, I would assume, just because you said it's a matter of years. I mean, us stretching it out one more month isn't really gonna kill anything.
Okay.
I'm asking to table it, basically.
So you're asking to table the next agenda item, but so
Right.
Gabby wants to have an answer on whether
I'm gonna move to motion
well, we
to
can't.
vote for this. You know what, we've been here, we need to go ahead and vote, because at this time right now, I keep hearing the same thing, and I feel it is important that right now, I hear you guys, but I feel like my cabinet is not listening to me, to what I am asking as a board member, as my right, for me to, you told me, we talked to, Linda here to give her direction. I'm asking, for her, I'm giving her direction right now and requesting that this is the process that I want done.
I appreciate that, so that's why right now I'm trying to get, so we operate amongst the five of us, right? So I'm just trying to understand, do we all, so.
I think we need to move to a motion, and we need to go straight into a vote.
On the next agenda item?
No, on this right now.
So we're unable to take a motion on anything that you're proposing because it's not on the agenda, and that would be a violation of the Brown Act.
And that's why I was asking, do we have this discussion, because
This is information only, so, but I just wanna put to rest right now, I heard you say you would like to be participating in an RFQ around the real estate agent. So I've heard from Yolanda, I personally feel like, and just to give you context, there have been times where we do RFQs and a board member sits on the panel. An example of that that I've been through, I wasn't the person, but when we hired our attorneys, we had a board member on that panel because that attorney was gonna work directly with the board. And so we wanted to make sure that the board participated in that process. We've had other RFQ processes where we hired other consultants around construction where we did not participate. So I agree with you. I think it's our right to decide when and when not we sit in those tables. I'm just saying, I want to get clear direction from the board. Is this something we want to sit at the table? I agree with Yolanda. I don't think we need to be at the table for this.
Construction and the beginning of wanting to sell or lease are two different things.
But Gabby,
Gabby,
you've said your point, so I just need to hear from the other two board members where you stand.
So even right now, what you just communicated about, one potential option is for a board member to sit on the RFQ process. That is another. So that's a third example of a route to take to accomplish this goal that I was unaware of. And so again, my hope or the direction that I would offer, or that I would suggest is I would like to know what the options are, to have the options laid before us for these are different steps that can be taken to start the process over. And these are the steps that can be taken. And then from that point, we as a board decide which of those options we'd like to go in, and then have staff execute on that. So whether it is that the consensus after conversation is for our board member to sit on an RFQ, or whether it's to move forward with this particular item that's before us now, or whether it's to separate out the consultant with the real estate agent. These now are three options, at least three, that came up through the course of the evening that were not clearly defined before this item was first placed before us. So my hope would be that we get options and not move forward.
I would like to, talk about our board policy regarding our meetings should not be over 10:30. If they are, I don't have the policy number, but I think we need a vote. If from what I gathered, if we're gonna continue or we're gonna go further. I mean, we're gonna be here, what, to 12 o'clock? That's the board policy. That's what we have a board policy.
Can I recommend that we, at the very least then, if we are going to end the board meeting, that we at least move to finish this item so that this item is not complete. So let's end conversation here and let's move on. So let's move on to the next item.
So you guys wanna, okay, so we'll just continue.
I clearly gave you.
So, yes, you have no direction right now. I made it clear, well, I'm comfortable with the direction that we gave and the RFQ process that happened. And so I'm comfortable, that's why I was trying to get clarification from the board. Do we want to keep this open or do we want to not? And I think I heard from everyone, but I guess Jerry, I didn't hear clearly from you what you wanted to do.
I would like to table it, the next item,
But-
without voting. I would rather have more information presented so that my colleagues.
Do you want to
feel more
continue this
comfortable.
discussion at the next meeting?
Yes,
This one item or the next item?
the next item. Yeah, well, it's just for the information, so that you all can,
Actually,
I can't do that.
I think the process we can discuss later,
Yeah.
but we can vote right now. Because
Yeah, that's true.
Because the voting needs to happen for us to determine how the process is going to happen. So,
No,
No, if we table
so
it-
there's two choices today. One, we can do it, I think, Jerry, ultimately you have to decide. Adrian and Gabby don't want to vote on this tonight.
That's not what I'm saying.
You-
I'm saying my vote would be a no. I'm not saying that.
Right, okay, so you want to vote no.
There's three options. There's a vote of a yes, there's a vote of a no, or there's a table.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So you wanna table it, Jerry?
I had suggested tabling it. I'm open.
And now, just to be clear, we're talking now about the next agenda item.
Yes, and let's go ahead and vote.
Well, so we're not there yet, so we're done with this information item. Yeah,
it was just information.
Yeah, we just need.
All right, let's move on to the next item. And Yolanda, I know, I appreciate you want to vote on closing the meeting, but I do want to recognize that we have a member from the community that stayed for the very last agenda item, and so I want to make sure that we address that
We need to
agenda
be
item.
considered to them also.
So, okay, so let's go to the next item. We have this approval of the agreement with Remax Optima.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
And have a great day. Or a great night. What's left of it?
No, it's morning.
Okay. So, we have the next item to approve the agreement with Remax Optima. So what is the motion? Is there a motion on the table?
I make a motion to approve 13.12.
I second opening the matter. I second the motion.
There's a motion by Yolanda, seconded by Adrian, to approve the agreement with Remax. Any discussion?
I think we just had that.
Okay. Can we just clarify, so if this does not pass, what happens next, Linda? Or, well, let's take a vote then, and then we'll decide, we'll figure out what happens next. Okay? So no more discussion. All right,
The vote's
so the motion,
never up there.
so the motion fails. So now the only way, okay, so we'll just move on to the next item. And then we'll have to, Linda, you'll have to come back with a proposal of how we're gonna address the surplus property. Come up with the board on this.
And what I would do is put on the board again the same discussion item that we had, so that we can finally decide, because I've heard, Gabby, clearly you stated you would like to be part of the panel. Two people said no. I don't know, Adrian, if that's.
There should be 2 board members on that panel.
Right, but we don't know if the other 2 people want that to happen. And And then who would want to be one of the two members that could be on it.
Yes.
So that's the direction that I would need to know. If there's at least a majority of the board that wants to go through an RFQ process where a board member or two board members max would sit on an interview panel.
So is there a desire to go through another RFQ process, is the question on the table?
My desire would be to have those options. So again, at least 3 of them were laid.
So those are not, I mean, those are different options.
Those are strategies to achieve the same goal.
So I would like to go ahead and move forward and start the RFQ process, and I would like to include 2 board members to be part of that.
I have no problem with that.
You want to just discuss it at the next meeting?
I'd like to talk about what options we have.
Okay, so we'll just postpone it for the next meeting. Okay.
We'll postpone the discussion, or not a vote. So there's not a vote on what to do. There's a discussion on direction.
Well, we can't vote
Just
tonight,
making sure.
but yes.
I only asked because last time when I asked to table it, there was information with a vote right after. So I'm saying that I would like to actually have the conversation.
Well, we can't bring that item back unless one of you that voted against it brings it back. That's the way things work, generally. I don't know, we have to consult with our attorney on how that could come back to us. So we'll move on to the next item, and that's the first reading of amended and new board policies. Board policies 5123, 5131.2, 5136, and 5141.26, and 5142. So any discussion?
Make a motion to approve 14.
So it's information item.
Information, oh, got it. I'm tired.
Briefly share with our guests what the policy is. When we bring policies to the board for revision, they come in 2 stages. The first time it's brought as an information item so that the board has received it, they've had time to look at it, and if they have any questions or want any changes made, they would suggest it then. And then at a subsequent board meeting, usually the one after, but not always immediately, we would bring the policies back for a vote. So right now this is just information, and to hear from the board members if there's any language changes that they want in us to address in these policies. So that's what we're doing tonight. So we're gonna.
I have a question regarding policy BP 5123 students, promotion, acceleration, retention. I'm not sure if I read here. I know the teacher does a recommendation and then a parent can not approve it, but what if a parent wants to retain their child, we'll say back in kindergarten, or not going to high school? Do they have an option to do that?
Yes. Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes. If a parent wants to make any sort of a grade adjustment, like a grade level adjustment, there's a process that we have. Typically, they would notify the site administrator, or a teacher might notify the site administrator that they believe a student should be held back or even raise a grade level. What we have then is sort of a meeting similar to what an SST meeting would be, where there'd be a school psychologist, teachers, the site administrator. They would discuss the progress of the student, and they would determine whether or not that request was appropriate.
And it's based on academics, right? Because I know parents, I hear them say, my child's immature. But that has nothing to do with their academics.
A lot of times, maturity has a direct relation to the academics, but we don't have someone holding back their kids so they're bigger for football or anything like
Sometimes
that.
people just think that them themselves think their kid is immature.
I'm sorry, Yolanda, what was that?
I said some parents just feel their kid is immature, but you would look at their grades and you would look at, talk to their teacher, and not just because the parent says, I want him to stay because he's immature.
Correct, so there would be that meeting, like I said, the parent or the teacher or whomever thought that a grade adjustment was appropriate, or a grade level adjustment was appropriate, they would call that team together, the team would discuss that student and their progress, and then it would be determined.
So they have that option. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, so in terms of our practice, right, with retention, what is our current practice around retention? Do we have practice?
Yes, we do, and so that would be, again, so if somebody, like a parent, wanted a student retained, that would be the process.
But I'm saying from our side, because this lays out is something around teachers identifying students for retention. So I'm trying to understand, do we have a practice in our district that with retention? And I mean, I guess what I should start with, what is best practice and we should say about retention?
I would say it's dependent on the student.
Is that correct, Linda? What does research say about retention and the effect it has on students?
Research is very clear that even retention of one grade level, one time, has negative impacts on kids in general.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can there be exceptions? There can be, but this has been documented over and over and over again for years and years. And I forget, it's something like a 40% increase in the chance of dropping out and not graduating from high school. Students who are retained twice have a 90% chance of dropping out.
So my question, I'll ask you, Linda. So my question is, and I appreciate that it's good to have language to address an issue that will come up, right? So I'm asking about what is our current practice in terms of internally, do we recommend retention? Is it something, is it something that we do or is it something that we don't do?
I would say typically, it's not our staff that's requesting retention. Typically, it would be parents
okay.
requesting.
I just wanted to clarify that and make that very clear because of the research that exists around retention. Okay. All right. Any other questions about board policy? Okay, I do want to pull 5145.11, and I do want to say or talk about it. I actually don't think that this language is strong enough in terms of parental notification. I really believe, I think we talk about creating safe school environments. It's been in the context of immigration, right? But I think schools need to be a place of learning, right? And I appreciate it says we want to be able to work with law enforcement, but that kind of action, if they want to talk to a student and it's not related to something at school, I don't understand why that can't happen outside of school. And I feel, because if something's happening during a school day, that means that child is being pulled out of a classroom and is not learning during that time period. And so, I'm not gonna say anything, that's determination about law enforcement and how they run their business, and I don't wanna say, I'm not gonna make judgment on them, but I do think if we wanna have these spaces where students feel like this is a place of learning, that's not a place to have these kind of conversations. And so I have a problem with that, because we're talking about how we're going to try to be a good partner. We're going to work with them to be able to give them access. I'm paraphrasing, right? So I have issue with that. I also have an issue with the parental notification piece. I think that, I think we need to think about it in your own case, right? So if your child is going to be pulled in and interrogated by a police officer, right? We all know we have First Amendment rights, but a child may or may not know that. And when they're pulled in with somebody that they trust at a school site and they're said, please talk to this person, you need to talk to them, the student is trusting our staff and will do that and not understand that they probably have a right not to do that. So I don't feel like the language we have goes far enough. And I feel, I personally would prefer a place where they cannot speak to our students until the parent has given permission, is what I would like to see.
And I would like to go ahead and just, I agree with you. I do know that only when there is the Department of Child Services involved is probably the only time. But no, yeah, parents need to be notified. One of the things that I would like to also ask is what does the law say, and how we as a district, how can we adopt our own board policy, take into consideration what the parents, just like she said right now, the First Amendment, a kindergartner, does a kindergartner know their rights? They don't.
So I would say typically when law enforcement comes on our campus, it's at our invitation that we believe a crime has been committed, and law enforcement comes on, they police investigation, so we sort of back off. It's been my experience that law enforcement doesn't come onto campus to interview kids just for random purposes, like to Sheila Means' point, that's something that should happen at home or, you know, wherever, that they should not be taking kids out of class to interview them for something that may have happened in the community. But the vast majority of times that law enforcement is speaking to students, it's because we believe that there was a crime committed. They come in, they investigate the crime just as they would if there was something on the street. They don't notify parents if they're talking to a minor. They don't do that. Again, I don't know, like legally, if we can step in and impede that investigation, and I guess that's something for legal to discuss.
But do you also tell the student that they do not have to speak to the officer, number one? Number two, do you let them know, would you like to call your mom or your dad to be present? Because it's kind of scary when they're 16 or 17 and you're calling by a police officer. And sometimes they're more comfortable with their mom. Even if their mom is sitting outside of the room. I mean, you know, if they're under 18.
Right, they're advised that they can have like if they want to have a staff member or someone like that.
I'm talking about their mom.
But no, that we, like again, we give that to the police. If they're investigating a crime, that's what they do.
So I think, I mean, so if what you're, so I think I would like to understand from our legal counsel what we can and cannot do, because I still, even with the scenario that you present, that still alarms me, because what that's saying is we are using police enforcement to, if there's a crime committed, great, we should report it, but we still should not be utilizing our systems to be able to do that investigation. That is police business and should happen outside of school business. So yeah, I think I would like to understand from legal counsel what parameters we have around this and what can we do.
And I'd like to get clarification, because I think Gabby's point is what you shared earlier about the fact that if it was a case, say, of suspected abuse, of course you don't want to.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about that.
I don't think you are either. My question is, how do we word this to distinguish between those two different kinds of situations? A situation where there's the potential for the victim to be interviewed in the presence of somebody who might have done something to them, basically, versus where that's not even an issue. And I think you know, you're both bringing up really important scenarios, but I think we have to pull them apart a little bit in our language here.
Separate ones. Is that what you're saying, like perhaps?
Or different points in here, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're already separated in here, right? It makes it clear that if it's related to.
Separate cases.
Right. But yes, I mean, I'm not suggesting we take that part out. I'm just saying I want to understand how far we can go. Well, maybe we can talk to legal counsel and get information about that.
You just said, which I agree with, is that finding out what legally we can and can't do, and then being able to just, you know, figuring out our boundaries and being able to just take it from there.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Any questions on any of the other board policies in here? Okay, no. So we'll move on to the next item. Last item of the night, 14.2, first reading of amended board policies. We have athletic competition, English learners, and supplemental instruction. Any questions? No? Okay, so all of these board policies will come back to us for adoption next time, except for that one that I asked for more information about, 5145.11. Okay, and so with that, our meeting is now adjourned at 11:26.